she dey kneel for grave where my uche dey. Papa Emeka, don't blind from growing. Pikin don't fall, now watch up I'm raw. Me self they shake my hand, no feel. Yesterday we laughed, today na dust we more. If we don't stop this night where we dey share, tell me who go sing for the ones we know they.
She need the voice from under the soil. Brother, no let my blood turn to oil. Little Ada they ask where my papa go. Her small hand they shake, she knows I be this woe. I beg my people see this fire we burn. Now our house they blaze, now our future they turn. We go tell their ghosts we no go fail you. If we hold this love, their death go burn you.
No, make we try yo. Back up in the day.
I beg my people see this fire we burn. Now our house they blaze, now our future they turn. We go tell their ghosts, we no go fail you. If we hold this love, their death go burn you.
Oh, make we try, oh.
Back up joints with a trembling, oh. Hey. If we no join now, our children go so.
I agitate for Biafra. I agitate for Biafra, my right to agitate, my right. They don't get from this now to terrorism.
Breaking news reaching us now. The leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, has been arrested, extradited to Nigeria, and is right now being arraigned at the Federal High Court in Abuja. Kanu is facing charges bordering on treasonable felony instituted against him at the Federal High Court.
It was an unjust war.
Long ago, in the heart of Biafra, a nation was born from the ashes of war. A war that scarred the land and its people, yet it never killed the spirit of freedom.
The war aim of Biafra is purely to prevent ourselves being slaughtered, nothing more.
It was in this land, scarred by conflict, that Nnamdi Kanu was born, a son destined to revive the dream of independence for Biafra.
And if anybody is going to judge our success and failure in this war, it will have to depend on how much we have prevented the enemy from killing us.
Raised with the echoes of his ancestors' struggles, Kanu understood that the wounds of war ran deep in the hearts of his people. The scars from the Biafran War, which ravaged the land and cost countless lives, had never healed. The dream of an independent Biafra, broken but not forgotten, lived on in the hearts of those who survived. It was these voices, these memories, that called him to action. As Nnamdi Kanu grew, so did his voice. He became a preacher of justice, a messenger for those who were unheard. He spoke not just for his generation, but for all those whose lives were shattered by the war. The pain of the past was alive within him, and his words resonated with the cries of the oppressed. But as Kanu's message spread, so did the fear of the establishment. His calls for self-determination grew louder, shaking the very foundations of the government. They feared the revival of a Biafran spirit, one that could awaken the wounds of the past and ignite a new conflict. And so, they moved against him. Nnamdi Kanu was arrested, his body captured, but his spirit unbroken. The authorities believed that imprisoning him would extinguish the fire he had started. But they failed to understand the depths of his cause. The pain of the war, the bloodshed of the past, was not something easily forgotten. It was a flame that could never be fully extinguished. His arrest became a symbol of the struggle that began in the blood-soaked fields of the Biafran War. The demand for freedom was still alive. The fight for justice continued, not just for Nnamdi Kanu, but for all the lives lost, for all the children born into a world of scars. The fight for Biafra is not just his fight. It is the fight of all those who have ever dreamed of a free land. And though the past may haunt the present, the future is still unwritten. As long as the story of Nnamdi Kanu is told, as long as the voices of his people rise, the dream of Biafra lives on. Arrested, again, 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 and yet again.
I agitate for Biafra. I agitate for Biafra, my right to agitate, my right. They turned it from treasonable felony now to terrorism.
This is Nnamdi Kanu speaking. Biafra land, listen. They thought they could silence me, but they didn't just cage me. They caged your spirit. They made you forget that our land still bleeds, that our people still suffer, that nothing has changed. 5 years in chains. But what about you? Are you not free? Or have they bound your voice with fear? The struggle was never about me, it was about you, your children, your land, your future. So I ask you, where is the fire that once burned in your heart? Where is the voice that once roared for freedom? Wake up! Rise again. Speak. Act. Remember who you are. This is Nnamdi Kanu.
One God said, this is not wicked word. This is not Confucian word. Listen to Palibran. I will be telling you a story about one lady girl. Polly they go to work. Polly they work for bank. Then I enter for motor. Driver they go. Opposite Udi. But the right hand the side. Along the school road. I see people run. I see people run. Then I ask the driver waiting they happen. Driver waiting they happen. Driver tell the pali boy. See no day for talk. See no day for talk. If we better you take your eye and see. Then I call the driver. Driver waiting. Driver waiting. One God said, this is not wicked word. This is not Confucian word. Listen to Palibran. I will be telling you a story about one lady girl. Polly they go to work. Polly they work for bank. Then I enter for motor. Driver they go. Opposite Udi. But the right hand the side. Along the school road. I see people run. I see people run. Then I ask the driver waiting they happen. Driver waiting they happen.
Our Father who art in heaven, Nnamdi, that your name may be hallowed by men, that we may bow at the mention of it, that we may offer every glory unto thee, that we may offer you every adoration and adulation. To pray in the language of heaven, the very oldest language on the face of this very earth. Chukwu okike abịa mapụrụ m ihe niile, Chineke na onye ndị nsọ na-efe wee na-akpụ isi ala nye onye anyị na-agọzi aha nsọ ya mgbe niile, onye anyị na-aja mma wee na-eto anyị enweghị iche ọzọ ewezuga gị. Anyị anaghị efe arụsị, ọ bụ naanị gị bụ onye kere ihe niile kere eke mana onweghị onye kere ya. Ọ bụ ya mere ndị Igbo ji wee na-etu gị ebighị ebi. Ndị nsọ na-agba oche eze gị okirikiri ha na-akpụ isi ala nye gị, ọbụladị ndị okenye oru 2 na 4 bụ ndị na-atụ mkpọ ọla edo na ala ha niile si na-ede nsọ Chineke nna nke igwe. N'ụtụtụ a, ehihie, abalị, n'ụwa niile bụ ebe ụmụ gị gbasasịrị ka ụkpaka nna nke ebere dị ngọzi ka anyị na-akpọkọta ha eze ebube onye ime eluigwe wee na-arịọ gị ma mma gị na ebere gị amara gị na ọmịiko gị ebe ndị gị nọ. Anyị wee na-arịọ ka iru gị wee chaa n'ebe anyị nọ. Anyị wee na-arịọ gị ezi ebube dị ngọzi ka iwe tinye ọgbaghara n'etiti ndị iro, ka ha rabụ ndị kụziri ka ha wee megide anyị onye nwe m na Chineke nna dị nsọ, ka aka nsị ndị dị etu a wee baa ha ọnụ, ije obodo ekwensu bụ zuu wee laa ya n'iyi. Anyị wee na-arịọ gị onye na-adịgide ma ruo mgbe ebighị ebi, biko nụ ka iwe mee ka Biafra wee bịa ọsọ ọsọ nna nke ebere na ụmụ gị atakwala n'ahụhụ. Anyị wee na-arịọ gị ka iwe na anyị ezi echiche na amamihe, mmekọrịta nwanne na nwanne ịdị n'otu ọganiru, ịhụnanya nke pụrụ iche onye nwe m na Chineke nna, ka iwe tinye ụmụ gị ezi mmụọ nke eziokwu ma wezuga anyị aka ajọ ihe n'ime ndụ anyị nna nke ebere dị ngọzi. Ka ọ ga-abụ ikpeta maazị na Biafra ga-abịa, anyị ga-aja gị mma wee too gị wee gọzie aha nsọ gị, kpee isi ala nye gị, bulie aha nsọ gị elu site n'ebighị ebi mara n'ebighị ebi ka a na-arịọ gị ise ise ise. This very morning, all of you, I believe that those who are watching know who we are and why we do what we do. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra all over this very planet Earth, the director of Radio Biafra and Biafra Television, and by the very special grace of the Most High Elohim, Chukwu Kikabia Mapurumi Henin, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. We are live and we are direct this very morning, afternoon, or night, depending on where you are. And we start this very day by making it abundantly clear that the greatest enemy of a black man is the way that we reason. If not that the way we reason is very, very abhorrent, there is no need or reason why we should be suffering and complaining every blessed day without the courage to do something about it. When my lawyers came to see me, I had a discussion with them about how I'm going to defend myself. I told them that no court in Nigeria has jurisdiction to try me. Because since this offense was committed in England, so they said, it's only a UK court that can give a Nigerian court the authority to proceed, isn't it? Yeah, based on that, they now amended the charge again and removed London. Location of the broadcast. Contrary to section 196, 174 of the Terrorism Prevention Act 2022. In violation of their own laws. In violation of their own laws. And you want me to stand trial under such circumstances? Is that possible? Nnamdi Kanu to stand trial where these shenanigans are going on? It's not possible. Anybody standing in trial or calling to try me is a terrorist. That's what their law says. Simple as not me. As simple as that. Section 2, subsection 3F of Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act. That's what it says. Any court who tries to try me is committed an act of terrorism. Very clear. You cannot violate a treaty that Nigeria entered into and then come to try that very person is not done anywhere. So you must be aware of that. So that is why there is all these ridiculous delays. That is what Supreme Court said. I did not jump in. My home was invaded. They came to kill me and I survived. They came to Kenya to kidnap me, brought me back to this country and seeking to try me, which the law says cannot happen. You cannot violate a treaty that they entered into and then vote to stand on that illegality to conduct the trial is not done anywhere. I will not do that. This I have to say today, for the simple reason that she has no jurisdiction to try me. None whatsoever. I came out of courtesy and reference. She stands recused from my case and cannot try my case. There are things that are happening in this country that a lot of you do not know. It is my duty to make that very, very clear to all of you. today because the lies are too much. The lies are too much. I sent a petition to NJC. I don't want to talk about it. Justice Binta Nyako is using her position for personal gain. For personal gain. Her son and her husband are facing corruption charges. And they told them that if they convict me, this is what happens. You can see. They don't want the truth to come out. Nobody wants the truth to come out. Nobody wants the truth to come out. Nobody wants the truth to come out. That's the problem. But these guys have no husband and son are facing corruption charges. They send back my face so they can release or smoothen the pathway for the husband and the son. Who has the life? They are facing, it doesn't matter. In a corrupt society, that's what happens. They are very, very corrupt. There is a breach of judicial oath. They have violated the judicial oath. They have gone biased according to the Supreme Court. They are biased against me. Supreme Court said so. And that is why what is happening in the judgments are really concerning this to disobedience to superior court order. Supreme Court said you are biased. If you do something in my case and you must come for me. I asked him to do this. Why did the chief judge to this? I was like, he not my case. No, I cannot. Because I have a customer. I have a customer, you have accused yourself. I have a customer. Anybody who disagrees with this order of God, go to appeal court. That's what you tell me all the time. You are from disobedience. You cannot preside over this case over again. What is this life? You cannot. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. And one over here cannot force these thoughts to preside on my case. You cannot. Not today, not till forever. You are recused and you stand recused. Tell the chief judge, not the kind of said, go on appeal. I recused him from my case. He said recused Justice Adama from my case. And he don't insist Adama must hear my case. I never insisted. So why must you insist to hear my case? I don't want to hear my case. I don't need you in my case. You are biased. You are biased. You cannot be in my case. I don't want you to do the right thing. A chairman of the board of mental constitution is impropriety. Nowhere in the world such nonsense come. You cannot be hobnobbing with lawyers, hobnobbing with justices, and you're sitting in a case. It's shameful. Absolutely shameful. Shameful. This is not a court of law. This is a shrine to injustice. And I will not subject myself to it. You stand accused and you must take my case. You cannot find me. This man is not paying attention. There is an order of accusal, and he's a senior advocate for witnessing. There's an order of accusal. Is that not the rule of law? The law says if you disagree with this, you go and appeal. You are a grown-up man. Because of 300 million, you are behaving like a child. Go and appeal. Because of money. Because of money that paying you from ATM office, you are here standing as something evil. Because of money. A grown-up man like you, you say you have to want to behave like a man of honor. The rule of law says you go and appeal. His lordship is that you don't have time like this. Not on this planet Earth, I'm telling you that now. So stop wasting your time. They are not well, I'm telling you. This is what am I talking. This is an order of God. An order of God says, Justice Mr. Yako is refused. An order of God. Order she made as an order. The same Chief Justice writing the stupid memo of his writing. I refused him. He was focused official. He sat on appeal. I took him to the NJC. I refused him. Why did he not say I must sit on your case? Why in the case of his lordship? Is he insisting? He wants to embarrass her. He wants to embarrass your lordship by asking her to come and sit on this case. Is that what you're saying? That's an order of, give it to him. He doesn't have it. Give him an order of God. It's an order of God. Give it to him. He doesn't have it. An order, give it. He doesn't have it. It's an order of God. It's an order of God.
Thank you.
If you insult yourself, will insult you. If you have no respect for yourself, will insult you. Because you are telling the law, when it comes to Nnamdi Kanu, you got the law upside down. The law says one thing, the law says if a guy is white, when I go to God, they say it's black. When I say it's black, they say it's white. Is that law? And as you are senior president of Nigeria, is that law? Is the memo from Chief Judge, is memo from Chief Judge sufficient to set aside and a court order? Yes, that is law. Why do you want to change the law in my own case? His Lordship Justice Nnamdi will stand recused in my case. Cannot find me. Why don't you get it? We your delegates on fire, so you can do your own person. People without shit. I have here before me for the rest of 6,000 law. I will tell you, this is national judicial policy. This is the legacy date of the republic. National judicial policy of Nigeria, national judicial policy. I will tell you what it says. Talking about memo from the Chief Judge of the High Court. Judicial policy of Nigeria. Once appealing, Robert. In the performance of judicial functions, the judge is subject only to the law and must only consider the law. The rule of law in every common law jurisdiction in the world is that once an order of court is entered, the only way to take aside it is by going on appeal. That's the rule of law. There is no advocate, you don't know. I'm going to see. A judge must not take or attempt to take orders or instructions of any kind from anyone, religious judge, from anybody that may influence his decisions in the performance of judicial function. It means that Lordship having entered another of acquisition. See myself.
Yes.
You be up.
Here, that disturb the meaning. Don't know what law is. Don't know what justice is. Let's do the music of Nigeria, whatever. Don't know that God is the God of justice. Don't know that. That God in heaven is the God of justice. Don't know that.
Which law is that? Under which law is it?
It's okay. It's okay.
You don't know law. You don't know law. Your own constitution you don't respect. Supreme Court judgments you don't respect. That's why we are doing this. Why we never talk law? Nonsense. You think people that have to tell them, tell me, you are dreaming. You are dreaming. It's not anything wrong. You cannot. You cannot. You can't convict me. Are you saying? It's not possible. I'm Nnamdi Kanu. Who's going to try? Nobody can. They've not given death to the person. We never. And you wonder why God trusts you. You don't know what justice means. You have no idea what justice means. You don't know what justice means. You useless West African people. No, just your constitution says you cannot try anybody unless the law is written. Show me written law. Show me written law. I want you to show me written law. Don't I'm not, don't try that. Don't try it. Don't try it. Don't try rubbish. Don't try rubbish. Useless people. You don't know law. You don't know law. Your own constitution you don't respect. Supreme Court judgment you don't respect. That's why we in law. Why we in a court of law, I ask. Nonsense. If you think Big Bang can ask you to join me and you join me, you are dreaming. You are dreaming. I'm telling you, you are dreaming.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us on today's program. I appreciate everyone that has connected to this program, wherever you're connecting from. I thank you for being part of the program. If you are joining us from Biafra land, you're joining us from Nigeria, you are joining us from Asia, you are joining from Europe, you're joining from America, from Australia, from Canada, from New Zealand, whichever part of the world you are joining us from, I welcome you and I thank you for being part of this program. Please, as you join us, kindly like and share. Either you are watching us on TikTok, or you're watching us on Facebook, or you're watching on YouTube where we are hosting the program. I welcome you and I appreciate you for being part of this morning program. As you all know, for the sake of those who are going to come across our video for the very first time, or those who are joining us for the very first time, in this platform, we do not come here to instigate violence. We don't come here to preach hate. We do not come to this platform to attack people or individuals. We don't come here to attack any race or religion. What we do in this platform is to present Biafra to the world as the only remedy to the failed state Nigeria. That is what we do. On daily basis, we have our broadcast twice every day. If you can't join us in morning program, you can join us on evening program. And in each other program, we send out a link for people to join us and air their opinion. Remember, this is a platform for public opinion. Whether you are a Biafran or non-Biafran, whichever group you belong, no matter your ideology, your opinion, you are welcome in this very platform. We are ready to hear you. More especially those that have superior argument. If you have a superior argument, feel free to come here and share your argument with us. All we are asking is that when you come, please kindly make your case in a very civil manner. We will not permit you insulting anybody, not the guests we have here, not any Biafran. We will not allow you to insult anybody in our platform, because we are not here for saga or for insulting anybody. All we are here is to present Biafra before the world as the only remedy to the failed state Nigeria. Today we have seen that every single effort we have been making for many decades now, starting from our supreme leader Nnamdi Kanu, all the effort he made up to this moment, they are yielding fruit. And at this point in time where the effort is yielding fruit, we cannot afford to lose our guard. We cannot afford to be distracted. We have to be focused, very, very focused, and continue to speak on the issues that matters. It does not matter what the people say. It does not matter what they think. It does not matter their propaganda and the blackmail. We must continue to state the obvious, the fact, and nothing but the fact. Continue to stand on the truth. Say it the way it is, regardless who is concerned. That is why we're here. And we will continue to speak for as much as we have life and as much as we have a platform where we can air our opinion. So my fellow Biafrans that have joined us today, I welcome every one of you and I thank you for being part of this morning program. Please remember, if you're watching on TikTok and you want to make a contribution, or you have a superior argument, or you disagree with what we say, all you need to do if you're watching on TikTok is to send a request. I will bring you in to air your opinion. You are entitled to opinion, no insult. And if you are watching us on YouTube where we are hosting the program, you can equally send your own request also. Follow the link, click the link, and I will bring you in. You air your opinion. We are all entitled to our own opinion. The only thing you have to do is that whenever you are presenting your opinion or your superior argument, do it in a civil manner, because the whole world is watching. The Biafran people are watching. Those who are directly concerned about what you're about to say are also watching. So when you start with the insult, when you start with your vulgar words, they will not pay attention. So it is better you speak in a very civil manner so that people can digest whatever you have to say, and we can disagree to agree at the end. What we do here is to open up issues. Once we open it up, it's left for you to go back home, think about it, dialogue it. If you are going to make use of the word, go ahead and use it. If you don't want to make use of it, it is your own. It is your own business. It's your decision to make. We cannot force you to decide. Neither are we going to decide for you. All we do is to open up issues, give you guidelines, touch the areas you don't want to touch, and broaden your mind for you to be able to make a decision. So I welcome everyone that have joined us. And today, if you look at the topic that I chose, you know it's a special day. It is Monday Sit at Home. Trump warning ignited as Nigeria ignores Christian genocide. Biafra stands firm. This is the topic we are going to discuss today. It is very broad, and we are going to try to touch as many areas as we can. And while we are touching, remember, it is a discussion section. So if you have a contribution, you can equally pop in and then you make your contribution. Monday Sit at Home. Remember, the sit at home we conduct every Monday is a civil disobedience. Nobody is being forced. It is something that people do on their own. We have been doing this Monday Sit at Home for more than 4 years now, going to 5 years, and we are still on it. And just as we have promised within ourselves that we will continue to sit at home until our Supreme Leader, Nnamdi Kanu, is released unconditionally. And only him has the right to announce the end of the sit at home, not from the detention, but from his father's house, from his own home in Afariboik. When he announced it and said that the sit at home is over, only then and then you will know that it's over. Don't go and begin to ask, oh, are we still doing it? Oh, are we not doing it? You don't need to ask. Any day you wake up in the morning on Monday and you find out that Nnamdi Kanu is still in the DSS, that is a sit at home. Even at this time, the sit at home is supposed to be tougher than it has been. When you see what transpired in the court of Nnamdi Kanu last time on the 7th, when you see what the Nigerian government are doing to Nnamdi Kanu, the torture, the mental torture, the abuse on Nnamdi Kanu in the court on the 7th, I see no reason why you're going to wait for somebody to tell you to sit at home. This sit at home is the only solidarity, only genuine civil solidarity that we have for Nnamdi Kanu and for Biafra. The sit at home has made us to achieve a lot. The sit at home have given us a voice. It is undeniable. It is undeniable what we have achieved through the sit at home. People can continue to pretend. You can continue to say, no, nothing has been done. But I bet you, if you do not have something better than what we have, don't you come close and talk down on sit at home. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. But if you have something better than the sit at home, a system whereby we can air our opinion without being killed, without being taken out. If there is any other thing you can present that can be able to make our voice heard, please do so. We will help you to promote it and make sure that Biafrans align with it. But until then, we will continue to hold on to our sit at home every Monday, civil disobedient. That is the most civil way to express your opinion when you are dealing with a tyrannic government like that one we have in Nigeria. When you are dealing with a terrorist government that don't care about human life, the only way you can be able to protest is civil disobedience. Sit at home precisely so that nobody comes to your home to attack you. You will sit in your home and meditate, pray for your leaders, and the next day you can go to your work. And I appreciate every Biafran that is participating on this very sit at home. Every Biafran that has been participating without anybody forcing them. Biafrans have been turning out in mass, sitting at home and airing their opinion. As we speak, Biafra land is under lockdown. Biafra land is under total lockdown. And I bet you that is how it will continue until Nnamdi Kanu himself will come out to end it. Nobody's going to end it. Nobody has the right to end it. It doesn't matter how you pretend. It doesn't matter your propaganda. It doesn't matter your blackmail. It's not going to work. Every Monday, we see video evidence that comes from Biafra land. We see confirmations that Biafrans are determined, and the whole world, their satellites is in Nigeria. They are focusing on Nigeria, and they are witnessing and seeing what is happening. That is why I always cry for my people who are being carried away by other issues, instead of continue shouting on top of our voices, so that the people who are concerned will no longer be able to be silent, just that they cannot be able to be silent in the case of the Christian genocide. Remember, our Supreme Nnamdi Kanu began to speak about the Christian genocide as far back as 2010, and nobody paid attention. Nnamdi Kanu began to speak about the Christian genocide as far back as 2010. Nobody paid attention. But today, finally, they have found their voice. And at this point, when they find their voice, we must not step back on calling out the genocide happening in Biafra land. Our Supreme Leader Nnamdi Kanu have also written a letter, a comprehensive letter, to the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. And that letter is already in the White House. So it's not going to be only on that letter. Whichever platform you are, increase your volume, speak more times, speak more often, expose the atrocities of Nigeria against the Biafran people. Video evidence, eyewitness account, victims. If you know any victim that you can bring live to come and give a testimony in our program, please do so. We need testimonies, victims. You can take the video. If they cannot come live, take the video, send it to us so that we can send it to appropriate places. This is time to gather evidence. It's an opportunity of a lifetime that we cannot afford to miss, because finally, our prayer has been answered, and the zoo is coming to an end. Just like Nnamdi Kanu promised that he is going to end the zoo with only the truth. Today, you see Nigeria ending with only the truth, without firing a shot. You see them crumbling. You see them crying. You see them shouting. You see them running helter-skelter. Because we are standing on the truth. That is why they are running helter-skelter. Because we are speaking the voice of the people. We are not blackmailing anyone. We are not trying to project anything. But we are speaking the truth. And we will continue to speak the truth. I appreciate everybody in Biafra land. People who are in the front line, in the face of all the difficulties, and still yet they are standing. Unshakable. I appreciate every single one of you, and I pray that Chukwu Okike will continue to strengthen you wherever you are. Today is another day, and Biafrans are responding in a very huge way, in a manner that you can't even, I don't know how to explain it, and I'm so happy. After seeing what happened to Nnamdi Kanu in the court, I knew that Biafrans will not be silent. Across the land of Biafra, the fire of civil disobedience burns once again, not in hatred, but in holy defiance. As the world looks away, as Nigeria continues to spill the blood of the innocent, the children of light have chosen silence. A powerful silence called Monday sit at home. My fellow Biafrans, today we expose the deliberate blindness of a government that sponsors terror, persecutes truth, dare to ignore the cry of Christian blood. Today we are going to dive into it and expose it. We are going to use those language they don't want us to use. We are going to call those names they don't want us to call. We're going to expose those things they don't want to expose. We will expose them today. As I've said earlier on, that every day I come online, this is the path I have chosen. To continue to expose the contraption called Nigeria and the atrocities against the innocent indigenous people. The Monday sit at home is not a rebellion of chaos. It is a rebellion of conscience. It began as day of honor for our leader, Nnamdi Kanu. Unjustly detained by a system built on deceit and oppression. It evolved into a symbol of unity among us, the Biafran people. That is one of the reasons you must not play or joke with Monday sit at home. It's a symbol of unity. A symbol of unity of people, of a people that are persecuted in that contraption. Every Monday, when you set your satellite in Biafra land, you will see a deserted area. You see an empty market. You see an empty street. It speaks volume. It is a stand against the economic, political, and spiritual war unleashed on the Biafran people. Every empty market, every quiet street, every closed door speak one loud truth. We will not be part of a nation that murders its own citizen. We will not, never, ever be part of a nation that murders its own citizen. We will never be part of it. And that is why we are gone and gone for good and never coming back. We thank Chukwuka Kabiam for finally a voice is coming from a world power. Donald J. Trump's warning, Nigeria can't hide forever. They can't hide forever. When Donald Trump called out Nigeria for Christian genocide, the world pretended not to hear. Up to this moment, not just the world, including Christians themselves who have been bought over, they pretend not to hear. Up to this moment, there are still some countries that still pretend, even though they are major players in Nigeria. They don't want to utter a statement. But truth has a voice, and it echoes louder than diplomatic silence. Report from international organizations, church leaders, and independent journalists all confirm Christians are being targeted. Villages burnt, priests slaughtered, women violated, and the Nigerian government look away. This is the order of the day in Nigeria. It will only take you a minute to make a research on the media, and you will confirm every single statement we make on this platform. We are not here for propaganda or blackmail or to tarnish anybody's event, not out of anger, but out of concern, to save humanity. That's why we're here. Yet, Trump's word become a prophetic thunder. Donald Trump's warning became a prophetic thunder. Nigeria must answer for the blood on its hands. It must. And that warning, my brothers and sisters, has ignited a new wave of international attention, one that cannot be buried under fake narrative or media silence. Some of you don't know what the Biafran have endured. Nnamdi Kanu broadcasting every blessed day for almost 2 decades. Simon broadcasting 2 times, 3 times every day. Broadcasting up to the extent that he left his job and he focused on broadcasting, speaking for Biafran people, until he was taken out among us. One cannot be buried under fake narrative or media silence. They cannot bury every effort we are making. Finally, we have gotten to that point. There are numerous confirmations of Christian genocide. Very open, not hidden. It doesn't need any sophisticated item for you to see it. You don't even need someone to explain to you whether you are a Nigerian or not. All you need to do is to look into Nigerian news, and you will see confirmations of Christian genocide, confirmations of Biafran genocide, confirmations of genocide against the indigenous people in that contraption called Nigeria. The indigenous people. And when I talk about the indigenous people, the only tribe that is not indigenous in that contraption is the Fulanis. The Fulanis are not indigenous, and they are the one perpetrating these atrocities. They are the one providing the foot soldiers that are being used against the indigenous people. They are the terrorists. But in Nigeria, no media dare call the Fulanis terrorists. In Nigeria, they detach them from that title and they give them a name to make them acceptable to the community. They brand them from one different name to the other, one different name to the other. To an extent, they came and began to say they radicalized them and reintroduced them into their military. That is how evil Nigeria became. And you can only see that in a failed state. There are so many confirmations of the genocide. From Benue to Plateau, from Kaduna to Enugu, the pattern is clear. Terrorists strike, Christians die, and no one is punished. This is happening over and over and over again, not once, not twice, not thrice. Even global watchdogs like Open Doors International and Christian Solidarity Worldwide have confirmed the genocide campaign against Christians in Nigeria. And one of the bitter things is that when we talk about this thing, some people think it started, like some of them will say, it started from Boko Haram. The genocide against Christians did not start from the Boko Haram. It started way back before the issue of Boko Haram. It started way back before. The genocide started from Ottoman Danfodio. Ottoman Danfodio brought that genocide against the Hausa people when he entered. Even though some of the Hausa people were already Muslim, he believed that they are not Muslim enough, and he came after them and he was butchering them until he was able to conquer them and plant his own people in every way. So when we talk about this genocide that is happening, some people will begin to narrow it down from Boko Haram. It started way back before the Boko Haram. Way back before. And I'm going to try to play a video that was made by a member of Christian Association of Nigeria, who is an eyewitness. This is an eyewitness account. You are going to listen to what he has to say. An eyewitness account is not they say this is somebody who witnessed the genocide firsthand before the issue of the Boko Haram they're talking about. Boko Haram is just of yesterday. You see, that's why Nigeria is so evil that when there is danger, they try to make it look as if it is simple. It is much more serious than you can ever imagine. The genocide against Christians did not start from Boko Haram. Some of us that are speaking, we have lived in the north. I, my own self, I have lived in the north for more than 7 good years. I lived in the north. And I can give a testimony of what it feels like to be a Christian in the north. But I'm going to play a video of an interview of somebody, a member of Christian Association of Nigeria, that spoke about what the Christians in the north have been facing. You know, when we talk about it, it's always delimited to Boko Haram, but this thing started even before Boko Haram. The attack against Christians, the attack against the indigenous people started from Ottoman Danfodio. Ottoman Danfodio was the person that waged the first war against the indigenous people, the indigenous Hausas. Exterminated them, took a lot of life. The only place he could not be able to conquer is Borno, and up to this moment, they are still fighting to take over Borno. That is why Borno is the epicenter of the Boko Haram today. Some of us don't. You see, Nigeria is evil. The only thing that has to be done to save life is to end this thing once and for all, and everybody go their separate ways. If you don't end it, it will end up ending everybody. If you do not end this genocide, it will end everybody. I want you to listen to this very video. before we proceed. Let us
of Can. I'm going to put the same question to you. When you hear the term or the allegation of Christian genocide from the United States, President Trump, Ted Cruz, etc., what were your thoughts? And indeed, do you agree with them?
Because you are running out of time, I will save you and just go to the basic. One, I've listened to the other speakers. I've listened to the arguments they bring. I am not speaking from research or whatever. I'm speaking as a victim. I'm speaking as the pastor who buried the almost 2,000 people in 2000 in Kaduna. Quote me, my name is Reverend Hayab. I'm speaking as the pastor who also did the mass burial of the over 300 people of the Miss World Beauty pageant on the 23rd of November 2002. I'm also the pastor who came out publicly to denounce the Danish cartoon in 2006, but it later leads to the death of Christians in Maiduguri and death of...
This man is giving account of Christian genocide all the way from 2002. From 2002 till this time, how many years? From 2002 to today, how many years do we have? You know, when they are talking, people will say 10 years ago, they will say 5 years ago, they will be talking from Boko Haram. This man, this is an eyewitness account. This is a pastor who have lost congregations, lost members, lost church, lost family members in this issue of Christian genocide happening in Nigeria. The account he's given now is all the way from 2002. But surprisingly today, you will still see some people who claim to be Christians in Nigeria, and they will come and tell you there is nothing like genocide. One of the idiots that called himself a pastor came out and said, it will seem as if when you are going on the road, your head will be off. And I said that man should go to Borno and preach on the street. Go to Sokoto State, take your megaphone and preach. The clown is either in Abuja or Lagos. And he can't even preach in the street. In his castle where he has security guarding him. Listen to the account of this man. Let's listen to the account of this pastor. And you will realize that what we are talking about is not something that started. This genocide started way before the issue of Boko Haram. I want you to pay attention.
As the pastor who buried the almost 2,000 people in 2000 in Kaduna. Quote me, my name is Reverend Hayab. I'm speaking as the pastor who also did the mass burial of the over 300 people of the Miss World Beauty pageant on the 23rd of November 2002. I'm also the pastor who came out publicly to denounce the Danish cartoon in 2006, but it later leads to the death of Christians in Maiduguri and death of Christians in Bauchi. So I have been around and I think I know this story. Listening, we are coining it into the politics of America as if we are not in Nigeria. And someone is saying that athletics was used. Sincerely speaking, there has been killings of Christians in northern Nigeria before even the advent of Boko Haram. I was in Kanu. I just left Kanu with 1 week, and the killing of the visit of Reabonke happened. People were caught. You know, it's a different thing that you are shot to death. It's something else that you are caught to pieces, caught by the neck, caught hacked to death. I saw these cops. I had to run back. My pastor asked me, why did you come back? I said, no, I just left for Kaduna 1 week, and then I heard what happened to my people in places in Kanu. I just came back. So it is something that has...
Sorry, sir, if I may interrupt you. What year are we talking about?
I'm taking you back.
Okay.
To tell you that I was available when the Bonke crisis happened in Kanu. I was also there, not only there, but buried the mass people that were buried in 2000. I also buried the mass people that were buried in 2000. Then fast forward to 2006, I said I was the pastor who...
Did you hear that? All the way from 2000 to this time, it is 25 good years. 25 good years of Christian genocide. 25 good years. 25 good years. But you see, the idiotic media in Nigeria, the criminal media, and the criminal pastors that call themselves whatever they call themselves, They deny this fact. So many of us have lived in the north and we are eyewitness to these things. We see it, we feel it. This is a pastor, an eyewitness who has buried mass members, 1,000, 200, 500. He was there from 2002. We are in 2025. 25 good years from 2000. From year 2000 to 25 good years of persecution of Christians, mass killing. And many of these things are not reported. Their media will never report it. They will never talk about it. Listen to the testimony of the pastor. Listen.
Came out to condemn the Danish cartoon because I knew what was going to follow. But despite that effort, Christians were killed in Maiduguri, Christians were killed in Bauchi for an offense they had no problem about. They knew nothing about. If I just move backward, what happened in 2002, many Christians in northern Nigeria, including Kaduna, don't even know the lady who wrote the article. But they ended up having their churches burned. They ended up having their pastors killed. They ended up having, precisely the Sunday before that violence, I had a guest preacher in my church, Reverend Nee preached in my church at Rahama English Baptist Church. You can Google it. I remember when you could Google that. And just a day after that, that man was burnt. His corpse was like that of a small baby. So when you put together all this, in Maiduguri in 2009, when Boko Haram started, they were never attacking Muslims. They actually went for the church because they said we are infidel.
The same way they attacked us, our people, they attacked Biafrans simply because we were celebrating the victory of Donald Trump. Simply because we were celebrating the victory of Donald Trump, Nigerian military opened fire. So when you see this genocide, it is not just the terrorists. The government is complicit in it. They are joining them. The same thing the Boko Haram are doing. That is what Nigerian government is doing in Biafra land. In the case of Biafra land, it is almost impossible for them to penetrate. They can't penetrate because of our territory. They can't penetrate. The military themselves are the ones in uniform recruiting them, conducting the same genocide in Biafra land. The exact thing they are doing, the Boko Haram is doing in the northern part of Nigeria. That is what Nigerian military by themselves are doing in Biafra land, burning houses, taking innocent life. That is what they do in Biafra land. Up to this moment as we speak, it is still ongoing. In Okigwe, in Olu, they have gone to the extent of now recruiting our fellow Biafrans, and they call them Igbo people recruited and call them security outfit. Ibubago. When the Ibubago was formed, you saw the entire Southeast protest and say they do not want Ibubago. Were they removed? Were they removed? The same way the whole country protested against NSAS. Was NSAS removed? SARS were not removed. They only rename and change their name. In the case of Ibubago remains up to today. And their assignment is to go after Biafran people that are asking for self-determination. That has been their assignment. Taking innocent life. People that are asking for a genuine right. Self-determination is not, it is a right, not a privilege. It is a right, not a privilege. And they continue to massacre us in Biafra land. The same thing they are doing in the north, the government itself is helping out to do it in Biafra land. And it is time, I thank Chukwu that Mazen Nnamdi pinpointed that, and in his letter that he wrote to Donald Trump, he can go and investigate. They should send an investigating team, of which I know they have the fact already. They have the fact already, but they are waiting for you and I to act. That is why we must not get distracted at this point in time. We must not. It doesn't matter what happens. We must not. Get focused and continue to point out on these very facts and figures. Listen to the pastor.
One among the early pastors that was killed was Pastor Oji. Pastor Oji was killed. When he saw he was going to die, he simply said, "Go and tell my brothers I die well." Pastor Osonibon was also Sylvester Osonibon, because I traveled with the corpse to Ekot Ipene, and then Pastor Yakubu Bitrus, whose brother was then the medical director of the General Hospital in Maiduguri. So I got involved in these things more than the hair story. The Christian North have suffered killing. The Christian North have suffered so much in this thing that today culminates into genocide as it has been called. So for anybody to say it does not exist and is bringing story of Boko Haram or recent happenings of bandits may not understand, because I followed the conversation.
Did you hear that? That this genocide we're talking about is much more older than the Boko Haram issue. Boko Haram only came on board when the government itself have legitimized them, allowing Sharia in some northern states. The Boko Haram boldly come out and begin to lead. But this genocide has been happening way before Boko Haram came into the picture. As far back as year 2000, this man is giving account. Thousands of Christians were murdered in cold blood, which he himself actively was there on the burial, conducted the burial. We are talking about eyewitness account. Not they say, who say, and who say. No. This man is an eyewitness account, live in the media, speaking.
Nobody is saying that the Christian North was just killed in 2002 or they were just killed in 2019. There has been a history. There has been certain pattern. There has been certain development. But let me come back to the last 6 years. I am this same pastor who came out severally on this medium and other medium to cry when I was burying 30, 20, 40, and many other numbers. And why were those people killed? The story they've always want to tell is that no, it is a farmer's herders. I'm above 56. I know the difference between a farmer's and herders conflict, and I know the difference between someone coming to exterminate or eliminate a certain group of people. Because farmers, as we knew, simply had little misunderstanding with herders, and the herders will come either to the police station or to the traditional ruler or community leader, and such issue will be discussed, and they will now ask for reconciliation and possibly ask for little payment of damages. But we have a situation where innocent women are sleeping in their sleep with their children, with their husband, and people will come to their community, chant religious slogans, set their houses ablaze, shoot them and cut off their necks, and do not stop there, also burn their religious places. And you still want me to say, no, it is just a communal clash, because that's the kind of farmers had that clashes. And that's why today we are hiding under those things to argue about that. I looked at the issue of statistics and I just wonder, if you sit there, just Google, you will see in the Wikipedia, the number of churches that document is giving you that the churches in Nigeria are just 16,000 something. And
you see, that is one of the evil in that Nigeria. They manipulate numbers. I have said it time and time again, there is no statistics that is correct in Nigeria, including the population of Nigeria. The number is fake. Nigeria does not have the accurate number of their citizens. Their population census is false. The number they operate today, when they tell you that the northern part of Nigeria, which is a desert, is more populated than the savannah region, it is a lie. There is no part of the world where the savannah is low populated. There is no part of the world where the desert is more populated with human beings than the savannah region where there is life. It is not happening anywhere, only in Nigeria. And this very fake figure was being planted by the British. They didn't stop at up to today. They are still parading face figures. They will tell you that Christians are less populated than the Muslims. They will tell you that social region, you have only 3 church and 2 church. Fake figures. You can never see any correct figure. In all the numbers Nigerians are parading, they are all fake. And they push these information out there. Listen to this pastor. Listen to this pastor on what he has to say about these numbers. Listen.
Google. You will see in the Wikipedia the number of churches that document is giving you that the churches in Nigeria are just 16,000 something. And you and I know that is not true. I am a pastor of the Baptist Church. The Nigerian Baptist Convention, just Nigerian Baptist Convention, we have over 11,200 registered churches. We never bring Redeem into it. You never bring Anglican into it. No Catholic into it. No Methodist into it. No Living Faith into it. So some documents and figures that we have been seeing are quite interesting, but just tell us that there is even to us a conspiracy of silence or a conspiracy of twisting a situation.
Absolutely.
I see what is happening and as an opportunity for us to stop the killing of our fellow citizens just because of their identity.
You see, this man's message is loaded. These are the kind of informations that need to be out there. When we are talking about this genocide, it is not just, it didn't start yesterday. And when in the most evil that we have in Nigeria is their media. Nigerian media is so evil, and they are the real problem. They are the major orchestrator of terrorism. Every media house is supposed to be charged for terrorism because they are the one promoting it. They make things look simple. They push different narrative. Look at terrorists attacking homes. They will tell you that it is farmer header clashes. They will give you fake numbers. Thousands with dead. They will tell you it's only 5. They will tell you it's only 6. In some cases, they will not even report at all. They will not report it. There have been so many instances that they never. Just recently, they have stopped reporting anything that has to do with herdsmen. They stopped reporting it. Does it mean they have stopped? They have stopped the attack. The attack continued. Even as at yesterday, they attacked again. Even yesterday, there was an attack. But you can never see it anywhere. You can only hear it from people on social media providing evidence, video evidence to confirm these issues. It is so sad. It is so sad. And you see them today. Instead of congratulating Donald Trump for taking that strong move, they are busy attacking right and center. The worst is people who call themselves Christian joining to attack Donald Trump. That is the highest, that is the worst of the worst. There are evidences everywhere. Even global watchdog like Open Doors International and Christians Solidarity Worldwide have confirmed the genocide campaign against Christians in Nigeria. But the Nigerian regime respond not with justice, but with propaganda. As always, they always respond with propaganda. Instead of arresting killers, they arrest those who speak the truth. Today, many people who are bringing these informations out are speaking out, they are being threatened. Many of them are being arrested because they spoke the truth. Instead of defending victims, they defend their image. Instead of defending the victims that are losing their life on a daily basis, citizens, they defend their own image. Yet, the blood of the innocent has one message for every one of them. The blood of the innocent has one message for Nigerian government. Vengeance belongs to the Almighty. But justice begins with resistance. Vengeance belongs to the Almighty, but justice begins with resistance. That is our message. Wherever you are, we must not be silent. We must resist this tyrannic government by all means necessary. Biafra is the only remedy. When we present Biafra as a remedy, it is not a joke. It is not out of envy. It is not out of selfishness. It is to save humanity in that contraption called Nigeria. To save every indigenous tribe, both the Yoruba, the Hausa, the Efik, the Ijo, every tribe, the Middle Belt, it is to save them. Once Biafra got their independence, every other region will be free and safe and secure. This is a call to save life, a call for humanity. The Biafran struggle is not about tribe. The Biafran struggle is not about tribe. It is about the truth. It is about the truth. It is not about revenge. It is about redemption. It is not about separation. It is about survival. As Nigeria crumbles under the weight of its own corruption, Biafra stands as a divine idea. And we say it and say it again. It is a remedy to the failed state called Nigeria. And the international community should pay attention. They should pay attention. Biafra is a remedy. A nation where freedom, justice, and truth shall reign again. The sit at home is a reminder to the world that Biafra have not surrendered. We may be silenced, but we are not broken. We may be persecuted, but we are not defeated. Every Monday, the land speaks. We will rise again. We will be free. We are Biafrans. Don't you ever give up. It does not matter what you see. It doesn't matter what you hear. The persecution will come. Don't you ever give up. Remember the definition of Biafra given by our eternal leader, Dim Onogojuku. A place where the oppressed people run into for safety. That was the definition our eternal leader gave to Biafra. A place where the oppressed people run into for safety. To every Biafran across the world, from London to Lagos, from Houston to Holland, the fire is back. The movement is alive. We must not relent. Wherever you are on the planet Earth, Asia, Europe, America, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, any part of Africa, Biafra land, or even in Nigeria, speak out. Share the truth. Defend the victims. And keep the sit-at-home spirit pure and purposeful. Keep the sit-at-home spirit pure and purposeful. Do not use violence. We have to use unity. That is what we have to use. Do not use violence. Use unity. Do not spread fear. Spread awareness. Spread awareness, not fear. So many of us are busy spreading fear here and there. So many of us are very good to spread fear. What you spread is awareness, not fear. That is what we are supposed to be doing. Do not lose faith. Do not think that nobody's hearing you. Don't think that nobody's watching. I bet you the world is watching and they are listening. They are hearing us. The world is listening. And we thank Chukwu Okakabe that a man who will not be silent is now in power. And I bet you are going to wake up and you hear the sound of victory. You will wake up one day and you will hear the sound of victory. That is why we must not lose our guard. We must not be distracted. Continue to speak on your platform. Continue to share the program. When you come across the platform, share the program. You never can tell who will get his hand on what we are saying. You never can tell who will get his hand on the information we are passing here. You never can tell. Because Nigerian government is trying to cage every information, make sure that people don't hear. But those of us who have succeeded in going out, we bring those information in our little platform, in our own little way. No matter how small your platform is, push the information there. You never can tell who will come across it. Just do your own part and allow Chukwu to come and do his work. Let us remind humanity. Silence in the face of genocide is complicity. Silence in the face of genocide is complicity. We must remind humanity. A lot is happening, and we cannot continue to keep silent. It is much, much, much more painful when you see people who this crime is committed against joining the enemy to attack us. You see some other people from other regions, they are busy attacking their own self. The indigenous people, you see, you go to some platform, their own topic is Igbo. Go to some platform, their own topic is Igbo. Some of our Yoruba brothers and sisters, their topic is Igbo. Some of them, they forgot that we are facing the same challenge. Even their own case is much more serious. Their own case is much more serious that the Janjaweed is moving with force to take over their land. Already they have taken a Ilorin. They have taken a Ilorin. They have succeeded even introducing that's their kind of religion to Yoruba land. Yorubas are fighting for survival today, but some of them are not concerned about that. Go to their platform, they are busy pampering the Janjaweed, and they are talking about the people that are fighting for their own safety and security. I am going to share a video with you where Fela's song was making some sense, calling on the Yorubas and telling the Janjaweed to leave their territory. It is important. When we see certain videos, we play for the world.
Why does Ilori have emir? If you Yoruba Muslims are so innocent, if Yoruba Muslims are so innocent, how did the Yoruba people lose Ilori to Islam?
He is talking about some of them in Yoruba land that claim to be innocent. You see them, they channel their energy on the Biafra people. And more especially, these people are the other religions in Yoruba. They channel their energy against the Christians. And more especially, channel their energy against the Igbos. Meanwhile, in their home, it is being taken over. You see them today. The Tunubu boys in Asarok. You see them. So many of them were Christians, and they decided to shift the other way around in order to be able to ferry and serve because of their belly. And they are the people this guy is calling out here. I want you to hear his message he has for them. You know, many of our Yoruba brothers and sisters are also watching our program. Some of them, they join us in our program. So when issues come out, we share it. It is about to save life, the indigenous people. We are not fighting a selfish cause. That is why when I see them sometimes, they devote their time. They forget about the real enemy that is holding every one of us captive. They forget about it and they focus on fighting against the Igbos. What a shame. Listen to this guy, what he has to say.
Why is Ilori a Muslim? Why does Ilori have emir? If you Yoruba Muslims are so innocent, if Yoruba Muslims are so innocent, how did the Yoruba people lose Ilori to Islam, to the Islamists? Why is there an emir? Okay, it is long ago. Oh yeah, give us Ilori back. If it is long ago, remove your emir from Ilori. Why is the emir still in Ilori? Don't you know that Ilori is Yoruba land? Why is your emir still there? Can you remove your emir from Ilori, please? After you southwest 2 times, you try to exterminate us. We defeated you in battle. You are not using our victory against you that subdued you. You Yoruba traitors that went with Afonja and the Muslims. Do you want me to tell you your stories, Yoruba Muslims? Do you want to know your story? That you are the ones that went with fought behind Afonja with the Muslims to try and destroy Yoruba land on behalf.
Did you see? Exactly the same game Fulanis are playing in Biafra land. The same game the Fulanis played against the Hausas is the same thing they are doing up to today. And for one reason or the other, there will always be people who will fall into that trap. They are not using any new strategy. When they conquered the Hausas, they recruited the Hausas. Ottoman Danfodio recruited the Hausas, preached to them, and told them lies against their leaders. Turned the Hausas against them. It was the Hausas that defeated themselves and handed themselves over to the Fulanis. They came to Yoruba land, the same thing was there. And today, they are in Biafra land. It is what they are doing. They recruit our own brothers. Call them the Bubag. Call them security outfit. Give them gun. They use Asare Dokubo. Asare Dokubo went to prison, broke prison, released people from prison, and handed over to Asare Dokubo to train. And they told him to come and guide security in Biafra land. A non-state actor. Asare Dokubo, we don't know when he registered the security outfit. Asare Dokubo, we didn't hear where he went for military training. Asare Dokubo was only a criminal in the past. A militant, that is what he is. The training Asare Dokubo had is a terrorist training. He's one of the people who were taken to an Islamic country to go and train as a terrorist. And all of a sudden he came. They gave him power to take charge of Biafra land in name of security. And today, look at how Biafra land has become. Using our own people against us. The Asare Dokubo himself is also an Igbo man. He's an Igbo man, undeniably. That same system they use against the Hausa, they use it in Yoruba land. And today, they are succeeding. Look at what Hobu Zarema is doing. Look at what they're using Hope Uzodinma to do. Destroying Olu, destroying Okigbe. Look at Soludo. Using Soludo, using that Kodo to destroy the whole youth in Anambra State, breaking their legs. Where did you see that kind of a thing in a civilized country? In 21st century. In 21st century, that you capture somebody without taking the person to court, you cripple the person and take his life. In 21st century. And it is happening in Biafra land and nobody said anything. They do it and they video it, they share it on video, how they cripple innocent people. And even if they committed a crime, is there no law court anymore? All these were introduced by the Fulani. We saw when the chief terrorist in Nigeria, Sheikh Gumi came on national TV and advised the southeast governors, they should recruit their youth to fight against the self-determination movement. And that's what they did. They gave them money, they pumped money to them, and today it is chaos everywhere. That same system is what they're applying. So when we are talking about the cancer in the zoological republic is this danger weed, and the only way to cut that cancer is to disintegrate Nigeria. Disintegration is the only way to cut. You don't treat cancer, you don't treat it. If you treat it, you will cut it out. If you want it to be safe, cut it out. The only way to cut out that cancer is Biafra. That is why Biafra is the only remedy. Cut it out. As soon as Biafra gets their independence through a referendum, Oduduwa, the Yoruba people will go. The Yoruba Republic, the Yoruba Democratic Republic will go their separate ways. The Middle Belt will be on their own. And the Caliph, Arewa, will also build a caliphate. Every region will protect themselves. You will have a country according to value system. And this chaos will die a natural death. It will die a natural death. Not the deodorant of it. Even the move of Donald Trump, even though we applaud it, we love it, but it will not end the problem. It's not going to end it. After decimating them, you go, the next day they come back. Look at what is happening in Afghanistan. After spending resources and human life and all that, they go back to where they're coming from. So the best thing is to disintegrate this very country. Allow those people who enjoy that system of the caliphate to build it. Let them enjoy it. Allow them to enjoy their caliphate. Then people who like the secular system should take it on the secular system. Those that like the monarchical system should go on the monarchical system. Simple. Why must you continue to force people against their will to be together?
Of Islam and northerners that you all gather here today, or Muslims who gather around and be saying we want to remove ourselves from northern, and when you are the people that brought Islam into our lives, try to steal everything we have for the northerners, you Yoruba Muslims. Why are Yoruba Muslims not like the northern Muslims? Because we kicked your ass. We beat the living daylight out of you. We beat you very well. That till today, Eli misbehave. We beat you very well. That's why Yoruba Muslims cannot misbehave. They understand what it means to try and fear. That's why you don't do anything. Don't act like you are better than the northern Muslims. They're not better. You just don't have the clout. You don't have the power. You don't have the numbers.
That is the truth.
To play that your game here.
That is the truth.
So Yoruba Muslims, be quiet while I'm talking to your northern brothers. You are the same as them. Go to Ilorin and see the way you behave there. Go to Ilorin, they cut his back, but they just cut you straight. Say because you have Afro. Why will you have Afro? Islam is a problem. You have to address it. Anyway, let me read from the Quran. You know, so not from the Quran, but translations. Let me read translations from the Quran. You know.
This guy is making a very great point, very, very great point, that if we continue to go on and on, this issue of pretense, people pretending that there's nothing, and that is why the problem is growing. Today, some people in Nigeria, why they are angry with Donald Trump is because he called the name of the perpetrators of this crime. And there was a video I watched when somebody was saying, they said that IPOB are terrorists. And now, Donald Trump from the United States is coming out to take out the terrorists. The IPOB core terrorists are happy and they welcome Donald Trump to come. But those of you now who claim that you are not, you are innocent, you are the one that is afraid. What does that tell? You said that we are the terrorists, and now the United States say, I am coming to take out the terrorists. We say we are welcome, we welcome them. But you now that claim to be innocent, you are the one that is scared. You are the one that is scared. How do you explain that? How do you explain that? How do you explain that? There are so many things that are not adding up in the zoo, and we will continue to point them out one after the other. It is not time to lose our guard on anything. We must speak and say things the way they are. Call them out when we need to call them out. Mention them when we want to mention them. We must not be silent. We must not be silent. Look at the move that Donald Trump is making to safeguard people and secure them. And they turned it around. They said that Donald Trump wants to invade Nigeria. In the speech of Donald Trump, there is nothing that looks like invasion. There's nothing like lose an invasion. He never mentioned invasion. But in their media in Nigeria, they twist the word. Today, they change the narrative in their media. Only some brave people are able to confront them and tell them to their face what you are doing is wrong. And I thank God that there are still some people.
Not threatening an invasion. Don't let's kid ourselves. There are multiple evidence of Nigeria going around cap in hand. We've become essentially in the hands of our rulers a beggar nation. The same country that went to stabilize Sierra Leone, stabilized Liberia, is the same one that cannot fight a ragtag army of Fulani extremists and Islamist jihadists simply because persons within his government and his military have compromised his territorial integrity and discounted the safety of his citizens. That is why it has taken a Trump to be breathing the riot act and be telling us that if we won't do it, he will come do it. Let's focus on the fact that we have these problems. Let's leave the fact that we don't like the language of Donald Trump. Let's forget all these attempts at beating up nationalistic fervors. It makes no difference to the dying man in the Benue Trough and in the plateau who comes to save him. You have reported cases such as Yelawata, where you have a military forward operating base less than a kilometer from Yelawata. Instead of engaging with those who killed over 200 Nigerians, they were busy shooting in the air. And then you want that person to bicker about whether it's Americans who came to save him. It is a function of the serial failure of the Nigerian state that we are even having this kind of conversation in the first place. But I am not interested in the nationalistic propaganda that has been coming out in response to Donald Trump's incendiary language. If we will tidy up our homes, if we will do the right thing, a Donald Trump rant will count for nothing. At the end of the day, Nigeria is not Somalia. It's not some small homogeneous community where you can come. There are more nuances to our issues than the black and white that Donald Trump would like to paint it. But the reality is that the irresponsibility of the Nigerian government is what has led to a situation. Our situation might be likened to that of an irresponsible father who has allowed his home to fall into disrepair, his children to left them to serial abuse, and then a neighbor who happens to be more responsible, however garrulous you might call him, however much you might deprecate his method, he recognizes the humanity of the children that the father has left irresponsibly to be slaughtered. The man went to he went to Benue almost a week after the massacre. He couldn't even be bothered to go to Yelawata. What did he say? Oh, the road was bad, but he could have a party in Makurdi. Please, if that is what it takes, if it will take a madman to speak to our irresponsible rulers, so be it. Or has he lied? And he hasn't threatened the invasion. He said, go and do it or I will do it. Why can't they focus on doing it instead of focusing on I will do it if you don't do it? It was irresponsible for the Americans to talk about gun blazing. But how many times have we gone to ask them to come and help us? And then they can see that we are irresponsible and complicit in the mess we are asking help for. Please, I'm not focusing on Trump's language. I'm focusing on the failure of our own government and the serial failure of the Nigerian state.
Well then, Mr. Farotimi, let's...
It's interesting. Sometimes we bring all these half-truth tellers. Even Dele Farotimi, even though he makes sense, it is also half-truth. You see, in his statement, he always try to swipe and be careful. We understand he's in the zoo. He's in the zoo, and you know, they have taken him several times. So he's mindful of the word he uses. And that is what Nigeria makes. Once you are in Nigeria, you must have to take your brain and throw it to the dustbin for you to survive. One of the things you must do for you to survive in Nigeria is to take your brain and throw it to the dustbin and begin to think like an idiot. That is the only way you can survive. That is the only way you can make sense. But when you begin to speak like a human being that you are, they will see you as somebody who's not making sense and they will come after you. They will come after you. It is so sad what we see. And the most painful is those who call themselves Christians. They join in this madness. The Christians. They join in this madness. It is unbelievable.
It's not Christians that are really being killed. That is both Christians and Muslims. How many Muslims? My friend was kidnapped by these people. Listen, my friend was kidnapped by these people. And they requested for 5 million. And people ran around to put the 5 million together and gave to them. They still shot him in the head and killed him. A young father of 2 children. But you know what they normally do? They gather people together, they locate all the Muslims in their midst, and usually, most times, 90% of those who say they are Muslims among the people they kidnap, they set them free. And they shoot the Christians in the head. Butcher them, kill them. If they are pregnant women, they remove the babies from their womb. Then somebody who wants political relevance, somebody who is looking for appointment, comes out to say nothing is happening to the Christians in Nigeria. It's not a genocide. And he says, I am a Christian. And we think that we are all together. We are not all together.
We are not.
You have to have a stand. In quote, the #1 nation of the world says, the leader of the #1 nation of the world says that Nigeria is a disgraced country. Listen to me. Is it now the disgrace started? Pastor, why are you talking like this? I want you to take that mandate more seriously. Trump has come to say that Nigeria is a disgraced nation. I'm very embarrassed by that statement that Nigeria is a disgraced nation. But that's the truth. You know, many of us don't like the truth. We don't like hearing the truth. And I've heard different people react in different ways. The question is, some of the reactions that have been coming forth, I'm going to make another point now. Some of the reactions that have been coming forth, when I listen to them, it appears like I don't understand English anymore. A man is standing out to say that he wants to defend the Christians in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, I still hear English very well. He did not say he wants to invade Nigeria.
I wonder.
He said the level of killing of Christians in Nigeria is unbearable. And if our leadership does not do anything about it, they will take action. What else is he supposed to say? So if you are against that, it means you are in support of the killing of Christians in Nigeria. Period. There are no two interpretations to that. If you are against what I have just said now, it means you are in support of the killing of Christians in Nigeria. Somebody said if America tries it and invades Nigeria, he will make sure that all the American army that come here will die. Do you think they will come here with gun? Or do you think that America is still using MK-47? Have you ever watched the weapons they carry? Have you ever seen any in the past 10 years? Have you ever seen MK-47 in their weapon? The MK-47 that is panicking Nigerian army and whatever here. They have left that level since. And some people say, okay, they are coming because of our minerals. Do we have more oil well than America? Why am I saying this? I want you to have a stand. Now, this is the point I'm trying to make. I know that when certain person, they watch this online, they will say, Pastor, is this what we should be discussing in church? Yes, this is what we should be discussing in church. I am not a part of those who don't know what is right and what is wrong. I am not a part of those who will keep quiet when the church is being burnt. I'm not a part of those who will keep quiet. Even if you are 1 million or one person here, I will act as a child of God. I am not pastoring aliens. I am not pastoring juju people. I am pastoring Christians. And it has been confirmed that there's genocide in Nigeria and people are trying to cover it and beat around the bush. This has been happening for over 15 years, at least 10 years. Who are the people pushing this, the frontline people who push this thing that there's no genocide? Everything is okay with the church in Nigeria. Christians, in quotes, supposed Christians are brothers and sisters. If somebody says something now that this government is very useless, this government is not good, and tomorrow the same person is saying that the government is perfect, it's a fruit that you need to look at. The Bible says that we should take heed what we hear. Another translation says we should take heed how we hear. Whether it is Muslims or it is Christians that are being killed, the fact is that human beings are being killed. And we know that this thing is targeted at Christians. And those of us who are Christians, if we keep quiet, then we are siding and aligning with the forces of darkness. I like you to know that it took people to raise this matter up before it got to Donald Trump. So when we keep quiet, our silence becomes a conspiracy. Do you know how many Christians have been killed in this country? Is it because they hide these things? If you are a member of this church, don't say we should not be involved, we should not speak about it. We have to. It concerns us, it concerns the body of Christ. How will you speak? Are you going to go to NTA? No. In your own little way, in your own little space, align in support of the church. What was the reason why many of our people refused to support Donald Trump? Don't forget, I don't say he's a practicing Christian. I don't know his faith personally. But I know what he stands for, his policies. And most of the friends that I have, when I talk to them, I say, they always talk about papers, green card, papers, green card.
That is the only problem.
Of America. If a devil is there, that America, you will run out of it.
That is the raw truth. These are facts, undeniable facts. And whenever we see this, we'll bring it. Many people who are Christians. I saw the video that was made by Adeboye. Adeboye was not even bold enough. He wasn't even bold enough to speak about the issue. He was dancing right, left, and center, advising an advice he has been given for years that doesn't make any sense. Even when he had a vice president as his own boy, he couldn't do anything. I saw the video he made, his speech Adeboye made yesterday. In his speech, he couldn't be able to be bold and stand and protect Christianity. The same Christianity that have made him a billionaire. The same Christianity that gave him fame. But when he was just managing, he was being political in his statement. Being political in his statement. Those are the people who are complicit to the genocide against the Biafrans, against the Christians. And God is going to ask them questions when the time comes. God is going to ask them. Let us hear the message that Mbaka had for the politicians.
The Spirit of God can appraise what is happening in Nigeria. If there are people that should be in prison, all our past leaders should be gathered and be imprisoned. Not these Biafran boys. They should not touch any of these Biafran boys. These hungry Igbo boys and girls who are yearning for their rights. You now put them in the prison. If they are not careful, as I speak as a man of God, as God lives, their dynasty will not last. Because they never know that there is a heaven. There is a life after this. Look at how they have merchandised the priestly, prophetic, pastoral anointing. Can men of God speak in Nigeria anymore?
No, they cannot.
When anointing is already merchandised. How much shall we pay you and you keep quiet? And they are busy buying people in authority with anointing. And our children are suffering. If we people with under anointing will not speak for this less privilege, God will curse us because there is a heaven. Jesus says, fear not those who can kill the body but cannot kill the soul. Fear only he who can kill the body and kill and destroy the soul. Fear him. And that person is God. There is God. Nigerian leaders should understand the God factor. There is God, the Adonai. There is God, the Elohim. There is God, the El Shaddai. When I was talking about the deceptive malodorous concept, deceptive, malodorous shadow called EFCC. How can you imagine a country like this? The best country in the world with the best weather, with the best manpower, people who are rugged, who can do any business. It's only in Nigeria you can find young men who can carry a dead body and wash without covering their nose and whatever. Our youths are ready to do anything to survive. But look at our so-called leaders. All their children are abroad, schooling abroad. Any little malaria, they will fly out to treat themselves. Their wives will be doing midwifery medication, antenatal. Somebody will be pregnant in Nigeria, going for antenatal in London with our money. And you are watching the person. There's no problem if they will use their money. The problem is, it is your money they are using. So if you go for your money, you are not a revolutionist. You are demanding your right. That should not deserve one bullet to touch you. Even the police, by now, should join the youths and not be shooting them. Things have gone wrong. The center cannot hold anymore. Things are falling apart. For these evil leaders have turned the men on the pulpit to become beggars. Riff-raff beggars. When we have luncheon, we employ them. And they promise you 1 million or 2 million. And you give them titles. Some of them will become knights. Some will become rubbish. In heaven, such titles do not exist. We are celebrating the All Saints' Day. The only title that exists in heaven is the title of sainthood. Either you are holy or you are not. Either you are righteous or you are not. Either you have repented or you have not repented. Nobody knows whether you are in this or in that. Because some of these people who came to take these titles are hidden witches and wizards.
Yes, sir.
There are some good ones among them, but you cannot buy the title of the church with money. That is money. Because they don't understand that there is a heaven and there is a life after here. One day, we shall close our eyes and forget about this place and move into the world of no returns. Where do you wish to spend your eternity? With the magnitude of the love of God upon us. John 3:16 says, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believeth in him shall not perish, but shall have eternal life. Fellow believers, you will not perish.
That is Mbaka speaking. We've not heard him for a long time. Finally, he has added his voice. And some other people who are responsible have also put their voice. But there are some people that their heart is sealed with iron, and they are bent on supporting the evil against their own fellow Christians. It is sad. You're welcome, my beloved brother Christian. You're welcome.
Morning, brother. Yeah, morning, my dear brother. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Okay, we thank God for another day, and we thank God to hear from Reverend Mbaka, because the rumor that he was, I don't know, incommunicado at some point. Yeah. So we have to, he was just saying the same thing, that the God of justice,
yes,
it's the only thing is that the time he sees is nobody's time. He makes the time when to show up, when not to. All we can do is continue to pray and do our best, because ultimately he will show up. So, and that is the time we live. For me, I personally somehow feel what's the word? Vindicated, because somewhere between early last year or early this year, maybe January, I was so, I don't know what it is, that I just felt it in me, right? That though Trump has his hands full with issues, but at some point...
You have always said it on this platform every time. You always make mention of that. Go ahead.
Exactly. So that is the vindication that I feel, because even on Okosha's program, when I said it sometime last year, And on your program, some people have come to indirectly say, Trump is not going to give us Biafra, Trump is not going to. But they don't understand that there's a way it goes. Yeah, he may not just come out and begin to fight for us to get Biafra, but it goes. It's like a chain of event. You know, it snowballs. And from there, one thing will lead to another and another, and they just continue. And that's what we're there now, bro. We are there. If you know what is going on around the globe, the level of people who are speaking up, Europeans, some that have served in European Union in the past, some that have been a member of NATO, individuals knocking on doors, speaking out about Biafra, about Biafra being finally liberated and supported, because it's a society that will be a liberal, peaceful, you know what I mean, contributory to human development. It's not like what you have in the zoo. Biafra will be an integral part of human development with peace and harmony. The only thing is that the criterion will be that if you are coming in, we have to know who you are and what you are coming in to do. That's right. If you are and if you are coming in, you have to abide by the law.
Definitely.
You cannot bring your own law to try and impose it one way. No way. You know. So I've seen not just the guy from Australia. There's also another guy now who is also advocating it. So, and let me tell you why I feel much more vindicated, because the die is cast. This thing is not going back. The genie is out of the bottle. Trump, this U.S. administration, and the Republican, the Ted Cruz of this one and the rest of them, they are not going back on their word, because they know what the consequence will entail. If they know there's absolute, in fact, these terrorists, these Islamic terrorists, they also know what is coming. They know. Yes, and for them, it's either they will have to be wiped out or they will have to leave the place, because something definitely is going to have to give. As we speak, they still continue on this pocket of attacks here and there, still going on. But
they are still going on, attacking several places.
Yeah, every day. So, but the thing is that something, like I said, is definitely going to have to give, because Sharia law, that law, is either they're going to have to abolish it, or, well, they will have to go and stay somewhere on their own and do it as they wish. Nobody care. I don't care what they do, among themselves. But the notion that they will continue to, yesterday I was in this Okocha, that brother, I was on his program, and we were just discussing about similar situation. And this brother, there's a brother, obviously his name is Jackson. He lives in the States, in America. So he was saying that typical, that disintegration or separation or Biafra, whatever, sort of that's not what we need now, because if they divide the country, then the people in the middle belt, no, like I think he said something like, like Southern Kaduna, all these people, that they will be massacred, that they will wipe them out, blah blah blah. Because, but so obviously, and also because unfortunately, because the platform of Okocha, unlike the way he does it before, now it's like, I don't know, maybe many more people comes in. So what he does is, if he brings you in, you speak your piece. Afterwards, he take you out and bring another person. So when this brother from America came in and just voiced out those rubbish, I wanted to come in to make, speak on that, at least make him know, in case if he doesn't know, because me and you, we've had a discussion in the past about the fact that, look, Nigeria can be 4 different nations, or even 5, depending on how they wish. But the point is that, again, like I said, because me and you corrected me on something very important there, and that is that the Southern Kaduna is also Middle Belt.
Of course, they are Middle Belt.
Exactly. So Middle Belt can have their own republic, Middle Beltan Republic. Now, so and they are huge. They are not just 1 million or two, they are huge, seriously. So they can have their own republic. Then they will be better off having their own Middle Belt Republic, create their own law, their own constitution, and does how they pleases. No one will come now and begin to massacre them, because you will not be allowed to. Everybody will have their border entrance and stuff like that. You make your own law and rule you and guide yourself as you so will. So the notion of that, brother, that if they separate Nigeria now, they will be left defenseless with the Islamic terrorists in the north, and they will wipe them out. That is just not true. But again, when I look at it, I feel like these are some of our brothers, in the US, whom sometimes they bring in personal interest into the struggle. That is why they did it with Nnamdi. They did it with Nnamdi Kanu. They did also with Simon Ekpa. When some of them they promise Simon Ekpa, and at the tail end they come and say, "Can you when you okay?"
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you for remembering that. This year, Igbo, whatever, Igbo, what do they call them? What's their name?
Yeah. So very disappointing. And you know what? As we speak, even till this day, there are still elements of such people in America.
What Igbo Congress?
Yeah, what Igbo Congress? There's still some element of them in the US or even in Europe. Because I told you a few weeks ago.
There are many.
Yeah, I told you a few weeks ago about a guy. He's from Anambra. He lives. He has a business on my street, in Leicester. This guy is so blessed. There's one thing about Ndibo. This you can't take away. That is that there's that blessing. I don't that prosperity, typical of like the Jews of Israel too, in a way. That tendency to prosper in commerce. Yeah, in commerce. It's always there. It's your young man. If you know the level of investment, hotels in the north, in Port Harcourt, everywhere, we always see each other from time to time. So when I brought the issue, I told you the last time how he said to me, that is not what we need. That because we are traders, we are business people that we need. And I tried to correct him, because sometimes maybe he's ignorant, or maybe it's that selfishness that overwhelmed, sort of like, always about mercantilism. You see, Fred Mbaka talking about mercantilism. This is a problem with our people. Always, dollars and cents. They put that above everything. That is the danger. That has been the danger. And that is why sometimes it looks like we are our own worst enemy. I'm telling you the truth. The guy is saying that, so, okay, if we care about Middle Beltans, but I'm not going to put their own ahead of my own. I'm not going to do that.
My brother, you see one thing, that their argument does not hold water. Yeah. Everybody that wants to solve this problem should be talking about disintegration.
That is it.
The Yoruba people, the Southeast and the Middle Belt can be able to accommodate the people in the core north.
Yeah.
If you don't want to be in the caliphate, you come down. You choose either to be you choose. This discussion will be made on the round table. Once there is that disintegration on the table, all this will be discussed.
Exactly.
Everybody know that there is no place you go, you not see people that have different religion. But if you feel you can't survive the situation, you have a choice. It's not the first time. The British did it to France when they took the Protestants in France and brought them to UK.
Yeah.
They did that, and most of them are in UK today surviving. They mix up. They are not going anywhere.
Exactly.
That is just bring this issue on the table. Disintegration, permanent solution, a permanent solution. The people in the core north, like that Boronu and the Sokoto, that are Christians, come down and join your Christian brothers, either in the Middle Belt, in the Southwest, or in the Southeast.
Exactly. With a huge land mass in the Middle Belt area.
So you can map they are drawing up at that their map is the false map.
Every
statistic about Nigeria, when you work with it, you just enter into a hole.
Yeah.
They are all wrong. Very, very wrong statistics. That's what you see everywhere. Including their map, including their census. None of them is correct. So we can accommodate these people. If that is their fear, made the offer, he swore online, on live program, he swore.
Yeah.
and say they will be accommodated. So
So
that
then,
should not be. The only problem is this mercantilism that that is what is holding some of us.
yeah, that is our own people. That is the problem. That is a major.
That will not hold us. We don't care about them anymore. We are not even talking about them. Let them remain in the north there and fight for themselves. Simple.
Yeah. So obviously, like we are saying, yeah, there's more than enough space in that middle belt. They have their own republic, and because that is the only solution. Every other attempt is just I don't know how
and energy. They will
exactly, and it's not going to yield result because one thing is for sure. They've been given a condition now, you know, with the abolition of these blasphemy laws. The blasphemy law, they've been given a condition to abolish it because in the first place, it's misplaced. It's not supposed to be there in the first place. It was under Obasanjo. It was under Obasanjo that the whole thing, you know, happened, which is so wrong.
Still for his own selfish interest.
Another selfish interest.
To compensate them for making him a president.
Exactly. You see, that's how you know evil people who always they put their personal aggrandizement. Yeah, they always put it first at the expense of millions and millions of people. If you do that, you just like in a way, like Nnamdi to people like that, you know. And that early time, he couldn't speak up, you know, for his generation unborn. No, he was looking out for his own personal interest. Everything compromised. Everything compromised. You couldn't see beyond your nose in any way possible. And look at the mess that we've been in for many decades now, you know, and we're battling it. This generation, we're good. How many lives have been lost into it? Wasteful, it's just crazy. So obviously, like I said, the die is cast, so they have to. This blasphemy law has to be taken out because it's a secular country. So if you don't want that, then you can as well go and have your own country. This is what people are is building, is slowly but surely, you know, is building up. That is how you go. It doesn't happen overnight, but at the end, this is what is going to happen. And they know it. When you see America raise this issue, there's no going back on it.
Because one thing is that they will never agree to remove it. Because they
you can be sure of that. You can
never agree to remove it.
That you can also bet on it. They will never. So because they already we've seen in the northern part now they are protesting against Trump. Yeah. Okay. So, but the truth of the matter is that it's not going to stop anything. So their conspirators and their co-trivates, some of them who pretending to be Muslim Christians and pastors, and they will be put to shame because I think also that their time is up. You know, Adeboye the other day he is saying that he's just lying to himself and lying to people, gullible people. Yeah, people who like they've been bewitched. You know that. He said so many things. I didn't quite follow everything because of the anger I feel, you know. That
I have the video. I can't play it because all he said there was irrelevant.
It's very annoying. So I don't have the temperament to follow such deceitful lies and everything he said. That
the faith he confessed, he can't be able to defend it.
He could not even say that it's Christian genocide. One of his pastors was massacred, you know, and so many other Christians, and it's happening live. In a real time, these things are happening, and he sees it. Burial of hundreds and hundreds of people. He cannot, and the pattern is there that these Christians they are going after, including the one, is it Emir in the north that took in Christians who were being chased after. He hid them in his house, and when the terrorists came, these Islamic terrorists, when they came, they couldn't do anything because probably they respected him or whatever it is, so they walked away. So, but the intention was to kill the Christians who ran into him for a cover, and he protected them. So how can you not turn around and say this is not Christian genocide? That is not targeted at Christian. That everybody there. Everybody say that whether Christian or whether Muslim. You see, when they begin to use that word, whether Christian, whether Muslim, you know that they are lying. They are coming to because there is nothing like whether Christian or whether Muslim. No, we know how Muslim get involved. You know, we know that there are Muslims who are like moderate, so they see those ones as enemy too, and on that basis. But usually, like when they stop a bus, like I saw a video where the guy was narrating to CBN, Christian Broadcasting Network in America. A brave guy from Middlebelt, he was narrating how, and he showed a video of it, how they blocked road, stopped the people, and we are picking and choosing among them who the Christian is and who the Muslim is. So you turn around and tell me there's no Christian genocide. With all this happening, they separate the Christian and separate the Muslims. And even in Pakistan, so all over the world, when you see these things, it's always the Muslim. They will separate you. If you are Christian, you go this way. If you're Muslim, you go that way. And at the end, they will carry out the genocide, and you would come and tell me that they kill Muslim, they kill Christian. No, it's not true. You are lying to yourself. You know. So this is the thing now. But for him, Adebo is saying that they will telling Tinubu to appeal to Trump to give him 100 days. And you know where you know he's lying? He said in case anybody who knows or have connection, or whatever, there's a way he put it, that person should tell Tinubu. Can you imagine? And on the same way, he was saying that he's his in-law. On the same...
Your in-law.
And you don't... so he's telling me that he cannot pick a phone and talk to Tinubu, or just tell Tinubu that he's coming to see him. And we know it's all a lie because he's... Yeah, because Osibanjo, who is a pastor under him too, you know, and that, of course, that one was the one some years back that went to America to say that there's no Christian genocide in Nigeria. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. He said he went. Buhari sent him to go and propagandize in America that there's no Christian genocide. Now, fast forward today. Everybody have seen that there's Christian genocide going on, and how many number of hundreds, if not thousands, of Christians have been massacred since Osibanjo went to America to tell them that. Well, the blood of those people on his head, because he'll be required of he'll be required of Osibanjo, who says he's a Christian, to go and tell the world that there's no Christian genocide.
And his general overseer, Adeboye.
Yeah, why Christians are being massacred in Nigeria? You are supposed to be a shepherd. You are supposed to be a shepherd to protect the Christians. But these people, my dear brother, these people, no. So all the ego, my brother. But we just have to continue, and I'm really, really thankful that it's set. The game, this is really, really is set now. So we have to continue to follow it from now. And all these people who have all this while, the Sultan, the Gumi, the Sanusi, El-Rufai, all of them, they've trouble all this while, but the bigger trouble has come now to trouble them all. Because trust me, they are not having a good time. These guys are not having a good time, bro.
No, they are not having it.
So Sultan is running around here and there.
Trump is giving them basbos.
They are not having a good time at all. So you see that the prayer of what is his name? This late guy, Umar Pai, that my God, the makers of trouble, God, we trouble. Yeah, trouble is trouble, you know. So that is like, oh my God. In a short period of time, we can see it with our eyes how troublemakers, a bigger trouble has come upon them. Okay. All the my dear brother.
Let's listen to this very video. Hear what this guy.
For people, not only kill people, they have shot down at least 2 military aircrafts. In Zamfara State, some years back, I can't put my finger on the actual year, they shot down these same people you call bandits. They shot down a fighter jet, a military fighter jet during the government Buhari. Under this government, in 2023, August, some bandits in the Kotagora area, that area in Niger State, yes, they ambushed specially trained. You know, there are some group in the military that are special forces, right? They are specialty. Just you talk about Navy SEALs.
Right.
Nigeria had people that were trained as rangers. They were ambushed and killed. About 22 of them or so. Wow. And when an aircraft was sent to go and evacuate their bodies, that aircraft was also shot down by bandits, and the bandits went straight to the aircraft and killed those who were surviving there. Right. And when that happened, the Niger State governor was levied with rage. He came to Abuja to ask for the military support to crush those forces. Thereafter, he went to the villa, and he came out of the villa and granted a press statement in which he was saying that we will not use force, we will negotiate. And 3 days after that, the vice president also came out and said this kind of activities is not going to be done by kinetic, we'll use non-kinetic means. And by the way, what do you mean by non-kinetic means? Non-kinetic, after they killed, they shamed the entire nation. The entire nation, they killed your military forces, they desecrated them, and you are talking of negotiation. And they made a show of it. They made a show of it. So when you are saying to me whether Nigeria should use a force or non-kinetic actually means agriculture, employment generation. The government provides social services. The government provides infrastructure. The government provides employment. Those are non-kinetic. Non-kinetic does not mean negotiation. And in the situation where you have a country where there are military, you have bandits coming for meetings. And in those meetings, there are soldiers, there are police and all that. And bandits come with very sophisticated military equipment to come and negotiate. It's like rubbing to your face that your country is gone. So the question, the point I want to make is the president needs the courage. You need to exert that courage that he is the supreme commander. He's the commander-in-chief of the Nigeria Armed Forces. They are called armed forces not because they are negotiators. Exactly. Because if we want negotiators, then let's scrap the army and set up a negotiation
and
team.
We are spending every day. Over 12% of the current budget is for the security.
The military, Nigerian military, I know, are ready to do their job. But then there's the political component that have all other considerations. Ethnic, politics, and all sorts. They are bringing that on the table. And so the soldiers know what to do, but they are told not move. Going back to the question you asked, globally, when you have a national crisis like this, you have the military in the front. And that's what Trump is saying. Either you use your own military. Trump is not saying they are going to come and negotiate. He said they are going to come and use the American strong arm. So you better use it. Yes. So for me, I think that we should support the president across party line. Whether you are APC, PDP, or whatever, we must support this president. Whether we are Christian, Muslim, or whatever, we must support this president
to do what now?
To instruct his military to ensure that they take that step we need to deliver this country. Do you know why you are talking about negotiation or not? This insecurity thing is spreading. The last time we are aware...
This is why Nigeria will never work.
Never.
Yeah. Look at this man here that came and gave account of how the people they call bandits shot down aircraft.
Yeah, and he's calling them bandits.
People that shot down aircraft. Let everybody go and look the literal meaning of a bandit in dictionary. Yeah. Go and check dictionary meaning of a bandit.
Yeah, and he said we should all support the president. To do what? The president is talking about. Does he live in the moon? Does he not see what is happening? What kind of support does he need to do what he's supposed to do? But bro, you know, this is the problem. Of course, like you just said, this is why Nigeria will never ever work, because they lie to themselves. They are a very mischievous bunch of people. Because why would somebody, let me tell you, support the president? It's all lie. Because even if you, it's okay now, but what are you gonna do to support him? He will never do what they are saying. Tinubu will never, because of some reasons. One is that it's part of the agreement he had with them, not to touch their foot soldiers, just play it out, spend your time, 5 years, 4 years or 8 years, whatever the case may be. Then you go, leave our foot soldiers. And two is that Tinubu is targeting 2027. He knows that if he go after this terrorist, his chances becomes more, it gets dim. his chances of. So you see what I mean? So these are his considerations. So if somebody coming to like again that other way saying they should 100 days to do what? Hoping that the temperature, everything will calm down, then they will go back. They go back to their usual way. These people are evil. That is just the word. Because they know that 100 days, what are you going to do in 100 days? You've been there for more than 2 years. Going to 3 years, you didn't do anything. 100 days, how many days? How many months is that? 2 months or 3 months? Well, yeah, so they're just lying to themselves. When they come on TV, these are the criminals and they've been exposed. It's unfortunate that even in Nigeria, some of the people, because also there's no electricity, no internet, a lot of people don't know what's going on, so they can they maneuver their ways with lie, and people don't call them. But people don't know that all this media in Nigeria you are listening to, they are your enemy, your worst enemy, because they don't speak the truth. All of them, from Rise to Channel to IT, or they are all TVs, they are all evil. I'm telling you the truth. You know, Tinubu is not going to do anything. Or except the US do something, nothing is going to happen. Absolutely not is going to happen. But the good thing is that the American government, they know that the time is right to do the right thing, because the Nigerian government, they are not ready to do anything. They are very much part of the problem. They are not part of solution. No, they are not at all. So that is the situation, my brother.
It is so sad. It is so sad.
Of activities of terrorists, they've taken over most of Kwara State. They are in Udo and Osun State, Edo North, Kogi State. We're in trouble. So we're not even talking about Zamfara now. We're not talking of northwest or northeast. We are talking about this thing creeping into the other part of the country. Lagos is not far away, or your state is not far away. And we are talking of negotiation. And what negotiation does is that instead of ensuring that you disrupt the operations of these criminals, you fertilize them. You give them enough room to recruit, to acquire more equipment and weapons, and spread to other part of the country. Whereas you are supposed to take every step to disrupt their activities and degrade them.
That is it. You see why we cannot be able to trust anything in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Nigerian media. These people are evil.
Yeah.
They are evil. If you trust them, you are on your own. If you trust them, you're on your own. It's just like handing your life over to the terrorists themselves. Look at this very tweet that was posted by Sahara Reporter. It says, should killing of Christians continue without intervention because Nigeria is a sovereign country? You know, this is one of their line. Every one of them is a sovereign state. It's a sovereign state. Nigeria is a sovereign state. And this man is asking this intervention because this, I think, this Assemblies of God Superintendent. Assemblies of God Superintendent is questioning them, is asking, should killing of Christians continue without intervention because Nigeria is a sovereign country?
Good question, eh?
Good question. This is how people who care speak.
Yeah.
Go and check the speech of Adoboye. You can't see anything that looks as if he is concerned about what is happening.
Yeah.
There is nothing in the speech of Adoboye that will make you feel as if this man cares about anybody at all.
Yeah.
The person that spoke now in this tweet is Assemblies of God's Pretendent. Queries Tinubu.
Yeah.
Assemblies of God's Pretendent queried Tinubu and said, should killing of Christians continue without intervention because Nigeria is a sovereign state? But go and look at what the one that called himself Adoboye said. You begin to wonder, where is this one coming from? From which planet is this man coming? You begin to wonder, is he part of us? Is he still a Christian? Is he really a Christian?
He's not. 100%. He's not. He's part of the enemy.
How can he be a man that told you that if you don't pay tithe, you go to hell?
Yeah.
As if God have made him the advocate of heaven and hell.
Yeah.
If for there was a time he also said that he has bought his own house in heaven. That God have shown him his own accommodation in heaven.
Lies. They are all lying. The number of things the guy.
He said that God have shown him his own accommodation in heaven, his own house is ready.
How about the one when he said that he was going to America and that he doesn't like cold and the weather was cold. It was a winter season, but he told God to change the weather system. You know, the natural weather system that comes. You know, winter comes and it goes, summer comes, and God just changed it. And oh my God! And that when he landed and people were wearing T-shirts. Can you imagine such book crap?
He's the one that also told us he drank tea with God.
And he also said that he was going on a program one day and that on his way that God told him to go back home to his wife because he said that when he got to that place that there were women sitting in front of the altar. You know how some of the women, when they dress like miniskirt, right? They call it miniskirt. So that he won't be distracted when he. Oh my God!
You see, I thank God for social media. Social media have really educated people. Now, anybody that is fool now just want to be a fool.
Yeah, 100%.
You just want to be a fool because, and
that's
now even themselves they are mindful. If you observe very well, you see, just like end of year is coming now. You know, when it comes to crossover night.
Yeah.
Crossover night, you see them giving so many predictions and prophecies. At the end of the year, you go and take a list of everything they said.
Nothing. Yeah.
And that is what the Bible tells us. A prophet that says a word and doesn't come to pass is a false
prophet. It's fake. Yeah.
The Bible made it clear.
Yeah.
But people were not paying attention. And now they realize that message has come to people. Most of them now, they don't give their end of year, this their crossover night prophecy.
Because they will be fished out. The internet doesn't lie.
Of course.
When you say it.
Internet don't forget. Once they say it, we'll keep it for them. When the year runs down, you go and cross-check.
You remember the one who said that somebody was either in Germany and they were going to deport him, that he told him to enter toilets and pray, blah, blah, blah. You know who did that? You know who he was?
Suleiman now.
Okay. Ndioshi. Criminal. Nigeria. To be going to church, especially this type of churches, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's crazy.
They have succeeded and they have become billionaires through that.
Yeah.
And this day, now that people have not known their trick, they are now walking away from that. And what they do is that when things happen, they will never give their own opinion. They will just be silent because they know that the company will come after them once they speak because their hand is not clean.
Yeah.
They are not clean. They cannot speak. They keep quiet. It is so sad. But whatever happens, we must continue. Coach Hughes, you're welcome. Take the mic, Coach Hughes, and speak to us. Are you there, Coach Hughes?
Yes, Mazichus, good morning.
Good morning, my brother. You're welcome.
For Christian, good morning from my side.
Morning, my brother.
But I must say, from my own side too. Yeah, the reason why I've been coming is this. When Christian was talking about waiting Adeboye talking about 100 days. I was saying 100 days dry fast now, be 100 days fasting and prayer.
Yeah.
You know, saying I waited to use a confused Africa is that.
Yeah.
Most especially this religion of a thing. Because they have seen that this religion have entered into the bone of Africa. That everything fasting and prayer no manage to solve. Doing fasting is good, but at the same time, after I do that fasting finish, God will not go to come down from heaven and do the thing that you're supposed to do by yourself. Israel is waxing stronger today. Is because of they did not even wait for God to come and fight their fight for them.
Yeah.
They not managed to pray, and they're going to do the physical one by themselves. That is what is happening, and that is what Africans are supposed to understand. Not every small thing you say your pastor say, your general overseer say, but you forget the necessary one you're supposed to do by yourself. That is what is killing Africans. And this is the right time for Africa, most especially those in Nigeria here. This is the time they're supposed to know that this move that Donald Trump started now, they're not going to back down because the protest has been going on almost the north a short. And some of the people that are using, they have called themselves activists, both the stupid one and the one who don't even get brain matter. They are coming out of social media to speak against the move of Donald Trump, where they care about 200 people, 10 people, more than 501 mass grave. You are saying that is not Christian genocide. Even the young pastor, that pastor in North, that is complaining of this Christian genocide, that particular pastor that is on that burial ground, I had a news this morning in one of the bloggers that man has been kidnapped.
No.
I don't know how true.
No, it's not true.
Okay.
He has come
I don't know
out.
how true.
The man.
Okay.
No, they don't debunk him.
They are threatening him, but he's not kidnapped. They are threatening him.
Exactly. He said it that they are threatening him, and they took him from there. They took him from the village where, but he said he cannot stay there. He's been there for some days now. That's why they did not hear from him for some time. So people said he was kidnapped, but he came out to say that he cannot continue to stay here while his people, his flocks, as a shepherd, that he will go back. That whatever happens, happens. So yeah.
Okay, that's the reason why I say I didn't know how true that message is. Okay, people was killed about 101 in a mass grave, and they will come out and say there is no Christian genocide in Nigeria. And all those people, some of those people, are they going to say because their family member is not affected? That is the same word as Igbo people normally say. Because you are carrying a dead body of another person, you think you carry firewood on your head. But when the thing touch you, that is when you are going to know, yes, that is true is Christian genocide. All these big pastor that is in Nigeria now that is making noise. Where their family, where is children in short? This is Adeboye that is talking. Where is his children? Even though his children is right here in Nigeria, even though the children is in Nigeria here, many of them are moving out. Many of them are moving outside with private jets because they cannot move around like ordinary human beings. They cannot move around like ordinary. They cannot move around like ordinary human beings. They must go out with security because they know if they go out ordinary like that, they'll go. Even masses, even ordinary people, maybe they are not even satisfied because what they are doing to people on their own is not ordinary. And some of them, they will come out and say there is nothing like Christian genocide in Nigeria. Who is now fooling who? That is what they're supposed to understand. But they should remember all these things that is happening now, most especially every one of them that come out, they open their mouth that this thing is not Christian genocide, that they are not killing anybody in Nigeria here. You're going to touch them one by one. And almost all of them, they're eating together with all these people that we call, or that didn't call themselves Nigeria present and Nigeria whatever. All of them is eating in the same pot. That is what they're supposed to understand. And that is what every one of us is supposed to know in this point of time. Why did you choose? Continue. Let me do one or two first.
Okay, thank you. Bro Max, thank you so much for joining. Bro Max, you are there. Unmute yourself, Bro Max. Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you so much, and happy Monday to you, Mazi Chicks.
Thank you, my
Namoches that are here. I greet each and every do. No tone in the can do tune no.
Man, udo delay.
They would not dry number. It's already it's well with us. You see, I would like to use this opportunity to salute Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. His doggedness, the lion of my time, the man that I appreciate a lot so much.
Yes.
Mad people everywhere. Mad people everywhere. You don't know law. All of you are mad, even inside their own court. A high court room, you are all mad. Mad black people. Mad people, you don't know you are law. You are charging someone based on an unknown law, a law that has repealed. Do you know why the law Buhari repealed that law? Because of Fulani, terrorists, Boko Haram, and all of them, the terrorist group, including Mahmouda, Lakurawa, all of them, they did it in such a way there would be nothing to incriminate or any terrorist charges against them anytime they are arrested. That was the reason why they repealed the terrorism law. Put their people in a very good position to do whatever they want to do, so that they will never be charged on any terrorist, law. So whatever they commit cannot be deemed, to be act of terrorism.
Yes.
They did it carefully to exempt their people. And it is the same law now that they've repealed. They want to try Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This is the reason why I always tell you, I say, see, Omotosho, I think there was a judge that resigned before they assigned Omotosho, isn't it?
Yes.
Good. Did you know what that one sensed? That one didn't want to destroy his integrity. He didn't want to continue to listen or hear that case, because that case is nonsensical to him. Look at the Binta too. Within those periods, Binta could not even utter words because of how Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was challenging him in her own court. You repealed a law, and you are using the same law that you repealed to try a man. That is the reason why let's see what he's going to do. Look, even if they, how do you call it? Even if they traversely jail Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that case will not end there. That case will not end there.
Of course, it's not going to end there. It's not going to end there.
It's not. You see, there is you were talking about pastors. Mazi Simon Ekpa, wherever you are, may the hand of God be with you, our brother. It is well with you. No matter what you go through, God will never allow the ordeal that you have gone through to be more than what you have gone through today. The hand of God will release you the same way is doing it for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You see, when you are talking of pastors, Mazi Chooks, I told you from Sister Lydia's platform, left for me, nobody will enter into those churches and go and pay money. That offering, that money or challenge God. Who am I to challenge you? I will go and use it to buy tilapia. You know, here we eat tilapia a lot in Ghana. I'll buy my more, my condo, and my cassava dough. My wife go take and prepare banku for me. We'll go do the tilapia, grill it. I go use that money to take chop, certain myself, instead of going to put it in a plate where they will use it to build school that my own children I cannot afford to pay the fees they are paying there. I will not give it to someone who will use it to go and buy private jet and come out and begin to boast. Who will use it to go and buy bulletproof vehicles armor preventive vehicles. While I am going in a normal vehicle. And these preventive vehicles that they are driving in, there are also security operatives that are attached to them. But the same God they are praying to protect me, the same Holy Spirit that they are conjuring to protect me, it's not the same Holy Spirit that they are calling to protect them all. But they will go and get bulletproof vehicles, security surround themselves, and so on and so forth. I will never be there. As for tithe, there is no Levite again, my people. There is, but I will tell you that tithing was devised to take care of the house of priesthood. I am a Seventh-day Adventist. Although them too, they are paying tithes. Tithing is designed to feed. It is a money that were used to feed the house of Levite, because that was the house of priesthood. Who are the priests now? Who are the priests? Peter, was he not a skilled man?
Yes.
Paul, was he not a skilled man? John, were they not trained people that were doing their own work? And on the gathering day, they go and worship. And even the little money they gathered that day, they were using it to feed themselves and to help other people, the needies around. But this one, they are using it to buy 5,000 turkey suit, 10,000 wristwatch, $10,000 worth of wristwatch, and so many things like that. Left for me. Look, my people, what you should understand is this. Satan, juju people, Ndidibia Anyanzu are now wearing suits and they build houses, bought musical equipments and so on and so forth. And they are now in churches, they are making money. Like my brother said here, anyone that prophesied to you and didn't come true, tell the person that do not even go there if you have that discerning spirit. Do not go there and worship it and speak to that person. That person is a false prophet. I only have few of them that I can tell you here. And the one that I've been sharing his videos all over. King Prophet Elijah. This man told, he said, Nigeria, there are voices that are going to speak to you in the way you will not understand. And those voices are speaking. It was the same man that said that Trump will be assassinated. Someone's speaker is on.
Go on.
It was the same man that said that Trump will be, there will be an attempt to assassinate Trump. And God will save him. My brother, if you look at Mazichuk's, if you look at the position of Donald Trump, President Donald Trump today, while he was speaking before the shot came, supposing his face was at that direction, God forbid, Trump will not be allowed today. But God shifted his head to the other direction and positioned his part of his ear there. That was the one the bullet picked. That's an act of God. And God reserved him for today. Look, for those of them, have you seen what one of the board member of NATO said? Mazichuk's. Yeah. Is it Finninja? Finninja. He is clamoring. He's clamoring. And this other guy, what be named Walid Perez, the NATO board member, Finninja. That one is calling on Trump to make sure that Biafra is recognized. And Biafra is restored. Just let me see if let me.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
I don't know whether you've seen that video. Yes, it was a call that was dropping in. I don't know whether you've seen the video of the NATO board chairman Finninger that was speaking the other day.
No, I've not seen it.
Okay, it is on my Twitter wall. In fact, one other guy, Dr. Is it Mr. Omoshole also, deliberated, analyzed on the issue, and was telling people that, hey, what the Biafran people saw 1960, the majority of them, they didn't see it. And Nigeria is gone. It's on my Twitter wall. I posted it this morning. You see, these are the kind of pastors that when they speak, I listen to them. And I've been following this man and his pronouncement of Nnamdi Kanu from the time Nnamdi Kanu was in London to the time when he said he saw Nnamdi Kanu in Nigeria. Come back to Nigeria. Until the time when he said that case of Nnamdi Kanu is finished. It is a bone that is locking Nigeria on the throat. Swallow, you can't swallow. Vomit, you can't vomit. It is shame that is making them not to release Nnamdi. And the actions, the wicked actions of some political elements in Southeast. That was what he said. You see, so my people, the world is going to speak for our sake. God is going to push them to speak in our, on our behalf. Do not be happy. If you are doing, you see, UK has not spoken. America, the colonial imperialists of the zoo have not. They have not spoken.
Talking of UK speaking, that is why if you see what I'm sharing here, you see what the news I'm sharing here. You see the news? What the news said? It says BBC in turmoil as top executive resigned over President Trump's speech scandal. This fake news media, BBC.
Yeah.
This is how they doctor the message of Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
They have been caught now and they are resigning. This is how they talk. They are the first people now to report that what is happening to Christians is not genocide.
Yeah.
This is what they do every time. Fake media.
Look at the report. Yeah, they're right.
The Director General, Tim Dave, and News Chief Deborah Jones stepped down on Sunday after leaked memo exposed serious breaches of editorial impartiality. The latest in a string of scandals have repeatedly forced leadership shake-up at BBC. This fake media, fake media, how they cut the message of Donald Trump and match it together. Fake media.
It's their hatred for Trump that is translating into the editorial, their hatred. They allow that hatred to override their sense of normalcy. CNN, MSNBC, BBC.
You see these people, God is going to expose them one after the other. Nigeria that they are using as a tool will be exposed. See, I took part in the Yugoslavian war that saw 7 nations emerged from former Yugoslavia. The same thing is about to happen in the zoo. In fact, Finninger, the NATO board member, the NATO board member, has also deliberated that Nigeria should be disintegrated along a value line system.
Yeah.
Value line system. And they said if Nigeria cannot, I think he was the one, is it Khalid Perez that said, if Nigeria is unable to take care of these people, he said that they should make the southern Christian dominated part of Nigeria a republic of their own, and they will help the northern Christian to take care of these foolish elements, ragtag elements that Nigeria is finding it difficult to take care of, simply because they are complicit in the events that are going on in the north. See, let me tell you, Adeboye came out. You know, Adeboye no talk. He came out and immediately Trump issued that statement. Then he now came out and told Tinubu to go and tell Trump to give him 90 days. Is there anything that these people know that we're not aware of?
Mad people everywhere.
Is there anything they know that we are not aware of? How come Adeboye, who is not a practicing security officer, an active member of the military, air force or navy or the paramilitary forces, suddenly recognize that Nigeria can deal with the terrorists in the north, deal with the Christian genocide that is going on in the north within 90 days? How did they come to such, how did this man come to such conclusion? I am surprised. I'm scandalized. I want to know the source. How did he come to this kind of conclusion that Nigeria can deal with these people within 3 months, 90 days, that he should go and beg Trump to give him? There is something these people know that we don't know.
Yeah.
Probably these people are benefiting from what is going on, or they have signed an agreement with the Organization of Islamic Congress. They have bought them, gave them money to just keep quiet as these things are going on. And this is the reason why for the past 15 years, this thing is going on in Nigeria. None of these people, none of them, the only person that spoke that time was the Winners Chapel. He was the one when Nnamdi Kanu was campaigning that Buhari is dead. Buhari is dead. Oh, Buhari is dead. The one that is there. That man read a letter from, is it a letter they sent to him, whether they intercepted from Sudan, al-Sudani of Sudan. He read it in his church, that the man that was sitting down there is not Buhari, that they signed an agreement. I think that was 2015 or so. You see, my people, no matter whatever, the only thing that I pray right now is for all of us to come together and sing in one voice. It's right there on the floor. I told you people, if you remember, I say we are not going to be the one that will fight this war. That God will raise people that will do it, because Nigeria is mightier than us. They have everything. UK is supporting them. We were making our own interventions left, right, and center. But these people are stronger than us. And I told you that God will raise people that will speak for us. Even if there is nobody to speak for us, I said it here, I said God will raise stones that will fight for us. I said it here severally. And it is happening today. My brothers and sisters, we must position yourselves. Position yourselves to receive this anointing that is coming. This anointing that is coming. Position yourself. This is the only thing we need. If you miss it now, we will blame ourselves forever, because the opportunity may likely not to present itself anymore. We must make sure that we capitalize on what is going on now to get what we want, because it is obvious to the world that Nigerian sovereignty has been compromised. The army has been compromised. The day for the life of me, a professional body will begin to enlist terrorists you call repentant into your system. Give them, equip them, FSM, full-scale marching order, in order to go and carry arms to protect the land. The same land that they were fighting, the same land that they want to destroy and place their own Islamic, system. You give them weapons to go and fight, and they are now fighting. And you think that when you plan to go and attack their brothers in the forest, that they will give you the opportunity to go there? They will not tell them. Maybe if you feel like that, maybe you don't have sense. That person is not. You don't have that sense of reasoning. My people, this is the time, and I use this opportunity to thank our people that are still sitting at home. I saw what happened on Saturday when the Anambra election. What they got there is not what they've written their result and put in there. I saw our people sitting at home and things like that. It is just a sham. There is nothing there. The same way they write Bola Tinubu, that is the same way they write this one in there. That idiot there, Sulu idiot. That is the same thing they wrote there. The people did not vote. Our people did not vote. How can you vote a man that is using Udo Gachi Ekwesu to be murdering and intimidating our own people, the people that you are called to protect, to serve? You are using your own vigilante to kill, and some people. One of them is my brother here from Anambra. The guy is here with me. Mazichuk, sometimes, I think I've told you about it. This guy comes here with us, stay with us, do everything before he will now go home. I'm telling you, but this guy supports all this atrocity that is going on. There are some videos that we pull out, I will show to him. He said, yes, the way they are dealing with us. I think you say you want Biafra. I just sent him what this Finnegan and Khalid Ferres, and this, I just sent him that video today. You say Biafra will not come. That you will not live in Nnamdi Kanu's Biafra, isn't it? Prepare, because as long as the NATO group is now talking about Biafra, my brother, that was how Yugoslavia started. Play. The Bosnian general said, never, it cannot happen. Let them, because if you remember that time, Yugoslavia was one of the strongest army in the world, ready to challenge America at that time. Every houses you go, there is armory in their houses where they fabricate weapons. In Yugoslavia, former Yugoslavian Republic. I was in a place they call Petrinja. From Petrinja to Venice, Italy, was about 2 hours, 30 minutes or 2 hours, 50 minutes. I'm telling you. But they collapsed. When NATO came, they collapsed. They dealt with them. This same Islamic tendencies, the Bosnia, the same thing, ethnic cleansing, immediately the fall of communist system in Eastern Europe. Then these people now begin to raise their head up to deal with the Christian-dominated Croatia, Zagreb. Yeah, is it Zagreb right now? They call them Zagreb. Because they were Catholic. I don't have much time to say this, but I think as time goes on, we'll continue to give our people informations that will give them reason to have very strong hope in what you are doing. We are going to be free by the special grace of God. Nnamdi, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for that contribution. Thank you. I appreciate you. Evan, unmute yourself. Let's hear you, Evan. Evan, unmute yourself. Let's hear you. Evan, unmute yourself, Evan. Speak to us, unmute yourself. If you are still there, unmute yourself, Evan. Or maybe he's not there anymore, but I can still see him on stage. If you cannot unmute yourself, maybe you go out and come back again. They cannot be able to
I can see he's still, I think he's still here, or she is still here, but I cannot, she's not speaking.
Yeah, he's muted. He's muted, not speaking. Maybe he can be able to come in. So, my fellow Biafrans, today, remember, it is a sit at home, and as we always know, Biafrans are sitting at home. Even as we are here speaking, Biafra land is under lock and key, and there is nothing anybody can do to change it. Remember, just like our Prime Minister Mazi Samanepa said, it is only Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that will be able to call off the sit at home. And he's not going to call it off from the DSS. He's going to call it off from his home in Afari Ibeku. Except Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is released, we will continue to sit at home. Even this time that they are frustrating Mazi Nnamdi, they cannot torturing him, this is the time we are supposed to intensify in that sit at home. So wherever you are, don't you ever look back. Don't you ever feel intimidated. We must continue to sit at home because Mazi Nnamdi must be released unconditionally. He's innocent. Mazi Nnamdi is innocent, and there is nothing anybody can do about it. You have seen the torture Mazi Nnamdi is going through in their court. You have seen the insults that Mazi Nnamdi is receiving in their court. And that should make you be more angry than you have ever been. That should make you to be more angry. And at Chukwuka and in Biafra land, people are sitting at home. People are sitting at home. And we will continue to do that until Mazi Nnamdi can regain his freedom. While we are waiting for 20th, whatever they say, whatever decision they make, is none of our business. We are focusing on solution and the next action. That is where we're focusing already. So wherever you go, one of the actions we have to focus on is involving international communities, bringing out details, bringing out information. Anyone you have, any confirmation you have, eyewitness account of the atrocities of Nigerian government against its own citizens. Whether you are an Oduduwa person, whether you are a Middle Belt, or you are an Hausa person, this battle is for everyone. Don't take it just for Mazi Nnamdi, it's just for Biafrans alone. It will be a shame if you think it's about it, because I bet you what is coming when it comes, the Biafrans will be the ones that are much more prepared than any other region. We are much more prepared. So you better sit up and do your own part. Everyone must have put their own head together, provide information, provide detail, provide evidence of the atrocity of Nigeria. Share it on your social media network, share it to family and friends. Those who are living abroad, reach out to your representatives. Wherever you are living, reach out to your representative, complain, take the video to them to watch. We have evidence filled up everywhere, and we must continue to work together. This is not the time to begin to look at someone else. Look at yourself. Think about what you're going to do to make sure that the voice of Biafra is heard across the world. That is the most important thing, because our supreme leader, even though in captivity, he is still there making a case for you and I. So why wouldn't you make a case? You that has some little freedom. What excuse will you give and say this is why you did not do what you're supposed to do? What excuse? You don't have any excuse. You do not have any excuse whatsoever. And I want us to listen to this video.
My brief is to bring Nigeria to account. And bringing Nigeria to account includes challenging the territorial jurisdiction of a nation that committed such serious and reprehensible conduct. There are countervailing measures, and I have laid everything before the commission, and I expect to prevail.
What likely remedies do you expect to come out of that commission?
There are four that are clear, legislated on. Yes. I'm not making it up. First one is called restitution. You know, in common parlance, you can say restoration. So if you rendition somebody, you got to restore him to the state of being before you rendition him. The state of being of Nnamdi Kanu was that he was duly admitted into Kenya on 5th May on a British passport. So the rendition sort of upset the apple cart. One of the remedies, of course, as I mentioned, you restore him to either Kenya or Britain. That was the country or the passport with which he traveled. The second one is what they call satisfaction. The other one is compensation. Monetary is huge. It can be in the hundreds of millions of any local currency. And the other one is guarantee of future good behavior, so that when you encounter the suspect again, you respect yourself and respect him as well, and do whatever I want to do through due process. So I have asked the commission to give to my client the remedies to which he's entitled. And the most important one is that he has to be restored back to the status that he was before he was rendition. I'm going to insist on that. So he'll be restored to UK. If you like, you can ask UK to put some limits on his freedom. So you can go to UK and file for extradition. Nigeria has an extradition agreement or some understanding with United Kingdom. Nigeria has a legal standing to approach a UK court to extradite.
That's a mutual legal assistance.
Yes, something like that.
Treaty,
within the Commonwealth, we have our own and they have their own. So you work within the purview of the black letter law on point and get your suspect to be in your jurisdiction.
Now let's talk about the African Commission on Human People's Rights and the legal remedies, which you mentioned before we went on that break. My question to you is, how binding will those legal remedies, if you eventually get them, be on the Nigerian government? Because it's one thing to enter into an international protocol, but it's another thing to abide by the creed and the spirits behind that protocol. And we've seen several times in which decisions and orders given by the community court, the regional court, community court of justice, ECOWAS, as we know it to be, has not been, respected by the Nigerian government. So how hopeful are you that whatever remedies you get from the African Commission on Human and People's Rights would be complied with?
Well, it's, let me say it's like doing shadow boxing here, and you hope to strike a soft one. Nigeria has quite a reputation for disobeying court orders, not only continental ones, but national ones. But you got to keep pushing. A lawyer, as a good lawyer should, go for the remedies to which his client is entitled. If you keep considering the other ones, the negativities, all these things you just reeled out, you will never take a step. So I'm hoping Nigeria would respect itself and respect the continent of Africa, the commission that it helped to set up, and obey any decisions that will be emanating from that commission. So I'm not discouraged. I can only say this, that it's the chances of Nigeria obeying that remain the same as the chances of Nigeria obeying orders issuing from its own national courts.
All right, now let's talk about the other diplomatic angles to this case. Nnamdi Kanu was arrested with a British passport. That's as much has been said and reported. Are there any particular diplomatic interest from the UK authorities in this case?
Well, I'm not going to be talking like I know everything. I can only tell you what I know. I was the first person that took the step to get Britain diplomatically involved. He was arraigned on 29 June. The very next day, I wrote a letter to the High Commission. And they replied me that they needed him to sign off on some forms before they can activate what is commonly known as consular assistance. I wasn't successful in getting him to endorse those forms. Well, I think it had something to do with legalities at the DSS office. Initially, they were amenable, but suddenly someone said, oh, maybe we need to run this by our legal unit. They did, and guess what? A few days later, they called me to come back to get the forms that they wouldn't let him sign the forms. I already made this disclosure before.
The form was dropped with them?
Yes, I did.
To give it to him?
Actually, there were two forms. One came from the UK. It came from the Bindmans in UK, one of the largest firms in UK, represent his interests on this matter from the UK angle. So they sent me a form. I printed it out, added to mine, the one that is supposed to be tenable at the embassy, and both forms were rejected flatly after some days. Imagine. So I
rejected
think
by the
perhaps
DSS.
The only way Britain can get involved now is to escalate.
And that is the directive from
whatever
UK. They intentionally do that thing.
It's possible. I can't rule that out.
They intentionally did it because they gave him the form to go and give to Mazi Nnamdi to sign. He went there, he gave Mazi Nnamdi the form, submitted and left. After some days, he was called back to come and take the form. They couldn't allow him to sign.
Yeah, I cannot.
He's aware of the plan. They are part of it.
I cannot, because this is how they roll. I cannot rule out the possibility that they are still the one who is called aiding and abetting. So they gave her that form. All this thing making it look as if they are, they are serious about justice, but in actuality, it's a setup. Yeah, I know them for that.
They call them out in the court now.
Yes, Raju, sorry to chip in. I was going to ask, there's something that Nnamdi Kanu said in the court. When he said, if somebody tell you to jail me, and it was in Britain.
He said, if Britain tell you to jail me, you jail me. He called them British.
Exactly. Well, okay. Well, you see, because he knows. He's a smart man. Smart guy. Of course. Because I've said on this occasion severally too that procedurally, he was caught in Kenya with British passport as a British citizen. There's no way, there's no how Kenyan authority would have taken him straight from there to Nigeria. No, it doesn't work. They will consult the British government. So that is the thing.
They will. They are part of it. They are very much part of it.
100%.
One thing again.
What I'm using.
Look at. Remember the kidnap of Umar Rico?
Yeah.
Umar Rico himself was a criminal. He stole from Nigeria and he ran to UK. And Buhari, instead of going the normal way, he went to Bakia to go and kidnap him. Umar Rico does not have British citizenship. His kidnap did not succeed. But everyone that was involved, including the airline that were supposed to repatriate him, they were all punished. The UK punished them.
Nigeria paid the price for it. In fact, even the Israelis.
But how can you now tell me that now that it involves their own citizen? Umar Rico was not their citizen. No. Umar Rico was a criminal who stole money from Nigeria and ran to UK. Compared to somebody who is their citizen, an innocent citizen that has no criminal record in the United Kingdom.
Yeah.
And they're silent. And they tell me they're not complicit.
Just because he preached the truth. He tried to enlighten people on what is going on. That's just the aggro. That is the only aggro that they have.
No. Master Christian, no. You see, the thing is this. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is digging into the pocket and want to empty the pocket of the United Kingdom in Nigeria. That's
what I'm saying now. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he opened the eyes. He opened the eyes of our people. What the British they do. Yeah. And so now the thing when they paint British, we make them, but they are so tactical, they are so sophisticated to an extent that a layman will not understand their game. But those who are not lay, they understand it. So I said it before on this occasion, severally too, that there's no way they would have, if Nnamdi Kanu was in the UK, they would not have kidnapped him here in the UK and take him. It would not happen. But they waited for the right, perfect storm. Yeah, when he bought ticket going to Kenya, they saw it from the itinerary, the manifesto that is going there. So they alerted this because they work with Buhari, so that's how the whole thing. So they were the one that gave information that is in Kenya, is going to Kenya, and the whole thing started from there. And apart from that, when he arrived there, when he was kidnapped there, again, the normal process is that the passport is there. The first point of call from the Kenyan authority is Britain because it's British. We know this from the one I knew that Aka had their hand there. And so it is what it is, but God will overcome them.
If there's anything called fantastic,
you see what I have to add there?
It is the UK.
So what I have to add there is this. Look at, apart from, tell me which any big company in the UK is owned directly by UK? None. Do you know why they did it? Anywhere there is an anomaly, you will not attach it to them, but they are shareholders of those companies. Look at British Petroleum. Who are the people that are operating British Petroleum? The Dutch. The Dutch. If you look at the British Petroleum, when Abacha nearly indigenized or nationalized the British Petroleum, you know what they said? Say no, they are not part of British government, that they are private, company, or you compare them with what the British government is doing, that they should not be, attached to it. That was the reason, because that time, when they banned, during Abacha's time, they banned Nigerian Airways from flying from Nigeria to UK. But UK has a permanent hangar in Murtala International Airport. Permanent hangar. Nobody goes there. It's their own permanent, plane park. If there is anything like that, their own hangar where their plane will come, go in there, enjoy themselves. Special treatment, VIP treatment. That was what they were getting in MIA, Murtala International Airport. It was Abacha that reduced their rates, their number of days they can fly in Nigeria at that time. That time it was late Nelson Mandela that was fighting Abacha that time with the Nadeko and the rest of them. So if you come to Ghana, you have what they call Anglo Gold. Anglo Gold is an English gold, Anglo-English gold company. But who are the people? The majority shareholders. Where are the golds going? To the UK. To the UK. But they use different people, different faces, cover themselves like a masquerade. The main body they inside, but what you are seeing is a mask. That is how UK operates. UK, they are like rats. They will be biting you and they will be blowing you and you will not understand until they eat up your flesh and go away. That is the time you will understand that, yes, something happened. They intentionally did what they did to Mazen Nnamdi. These people are very, very tricky. Every British person is very, very tricky. We work with them in United Nations peacekeeping operation. You can't trust them. You can't. It is from them that we got to know that, white man doesn't even have secrets. UK people, in fact, one of their characteristics is gossip. Mazi Chris, am I lying? Gossip.
It's not. It's to be. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, to be fair, it's not an individual thing. Yeah, for sure, it's not an individual thing. It's just like how can I put it now? It's like when you become a government or part of the government, you get sworn into it. You have to walk along. Yeah, it's not an individual thing because individually speaking, I lived here now. I came from the Netherlands. I lived here now for like a little more than a decade.
Individually, they are wonderful people.
They are wonderful people. Bro, I've worked with them.
They got to confess it that when it comes to individually, they are excellent. But once it comes to
Jesus Christ, bro. But because for me, when I go to a place, not only I don't just go there for good. I study the people, the culture, the pattern, the governmental, the approach, everything. Individually, they are some of the nicest. Because I've stayed in Germany, I've stayed in France, I've stayed in different places in Europe. They are some of the nicest people you can. And when you see, because what happened here again, like that BBC, they are some of the, oh my goodness. They don't, and so in other words, they brainwash, they try to hide, they don't speak truth. BBC, you can never get the truth from there. So most of their people don't have time. Because you know what happened? Now I'm revealing a lot, but it is well. Most of their people, they don't have time to see or Google or research. Not very few. Hello? Hello?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So some of the
yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. So some of the people, they don't have time.
Go on.
They don't have time to do some of these things. So, but if they know, if they know what the government does, right? They will just go out there and fight it out. They will expose it. They will speak about it. But the truth, I was working with a guy in my last working place. He said that he said to me, he said, look, that they don't. That it's not as if they're docile. It's not that, but he said that is because that he said to me that the things that happen in Nigeria, because I was talking about Nigeria specifically, he said that for them, that because They go to work, they have a job, right? And they come back from home, there's light, electricity, there's water. When they are sick, there's healthcare. When they're this, that. So what do you want? So they don't care what the royal family does. They don't really give much, because they have he said the day they come back home, there's no water, there's no light, they don't have a job. He said that is when they will see the animal in them. He was telling me. So he said, in other words, that he doesn't understand how you people can allow, there's nothing working. Nothing is working in Nigeria. You're not taken care of. If you lose your job or you don't have a job, nothing like social network service. No, you don't get all this, So yeah, so he was telling me that why it looks as if, but if they know, they will go for it. They will definitely go for it. Well, because they have everything they want. They don't care if the politician or the royal family, if they steal billion, if they don't really care, because and it's true. That is just in a way human nature. The day the royal family they will pack and run away is the day in this country they no longer have medical health. The day they no longer have electricity, no water, like it is in Nigeria, where you can't afford to go to school. But here, the government provide you the things you need. So what do you want? So that is the situation, my brother. So individual. Yeah.
In Nigeria, they have weaponized individuals. When you are crying, let's say all of us are in the same problem. Like how many of us here? Now 4 of us that are in that problem, and you are the one that is always seeing the anomalies, and you are crying, and the 3 of us will just be looking at you. What you are saying is it only you that they are treating the way they are treating you? Are we not inside? That alone would demoralize you. But when both of you, 4 of us, join hands and fight these people, then it is going to be very, very difficult for them to have their way. In Nigeria, the same United Kingdom will keep quiet. When protesters will come out to protest for not having light, they go pump them gas, they go pump them canisters, they go pump them, cannon hot waters, they go level live munitions on them. What are you going to do, my brother? My brothers and sisters that are here, everybody love life. Oh. What are you going to do? If you were a soldier before and you see what a bullet can do into the skin, into the flesh of a human being, you will not like to be there. You won't like for such thing to enter into your body. You will not even like to pray for such thing to enter into your enemy's body. You see, but when these people will use it on Nigerians, and nobody in the world will hold them accountable for firing at innocent, unarmed people. They grow in it. They master it. When you go out there, they will be threatening you. In fact, protests, they don't even, they say, oh, when they were protesting for NSAS, what happened? Oh, let them protest. They made them stay there for 6 months. Then when they're tired, they go. That is the kind of mind these wicked people have. And that is the reason why, where you have such thing manifesting, ingrained in them, you can never have it otherwise. Even in the United Kingdom, if they begin to level, I have seen protests in the UK. Police were beaten up. Police were beaten. Even the king over there, they pelted him with eggs, balls of eggs. They pelted him with eggs. How many people were shot dead? But if it is in Nigeria, they will level their weapons on that person. Oh, you want to kill? They go bring out some charges that you cannot even humanly, when you look at it on face value, you will never get out of it. That is how Nigeria is. They have used this system to hold Nigeria on the ground. They have used this system to instill fear in the heads and in the eyes and the heart of Nigerians. We were there before, my brothers and sisters. We were there. We were active members at that time. In fact, I will look at it when it's going on like this. I weep I will just lower my rifle. I'm telling you the truth, the gospel truth. I will lower my rifle. How can you just fire? Are we not obeying the Geneva Convention? The only person that you can attack is the only person that, threatens your life with the same equivalent of what you are holding. That is the only person you can take care of. I'm telling you the truth. These are some of the things they have weaponized themselves. They have put fear into the eyes. Look at this protest. How many people? Who will go to protest? Our people, agitators, Biafran agitators, my mother's people that were fighting and fighting and fighting, protesting, going out there, showing them that time their madness never started. What happened? They started leveling their weapons on us, killing our people, unaliving them, doubling them, unmoored, and so on and so forth, dehumanizing them, bringing the human integrity and dignity in them to the ground, rubbish our people. What did we do? We resorted into sitting at home. Will you now go out there and begin to protest in the front of a madman that is equipped FSMO with bullets and with rifle and live munition, my people? No. I feel for the Nigerians, but some of them now have adopted this, how do you call it? If you can't beat them, join them. That is what they are doing now. You can't beat them, you join them.
Let's finish
Thank
this
you.
video and get through with it. These people are just something else.
They are doing, and I'm sure they would. Britain doesn't have a history of abandoning their own. They don't have a history of abandoning their citizens. In fact, they protect all. If you recall what happened in 1984, Umaru Diko was nearly successfully rendition to Nigeria. The only difference between Umaru Diko and Kanu is this, that Umaru Diko was created, Kanu wasn't. And well, the second one is that this rendition of Kanu succeeded, that of Umaru Diko was nipped in the bud. But what happened? Because Umaru Diko was British resident, not even citizen, Britain took strong countervailing diplomatic measures. They broke diplomatic relations with Nigeria for 2 years. They arrested 17 people, jailed 4 for between 8 years hard labor, deported 13, and then this rest of the 4 were deported upon completion of their sentence. And the CEO of Nigerian Airways was nearly arrested at the airport and all that. He just had a lucky escape. And subsequent extradition requests by Nigeria were all denied flatly. And Umaru Diko was a mere British resident. So imagine what can happen in the case of Nnamdi Kanu. So Nigeria got to be ready to give account. This is not something, there is no way, there is no escaping it. Britain must intervene. So for now, I'm giving British government the benefit of that. But whatever they are doing, I'm going to ask them to ramp up on it and do it very quickly. So that a stitch in time can save 9.
You've also sued the Kenyan authorities. They are part of the application.
I sued them.
You filed
together with Nigeria.
What exactly are you demanding of the African Commission against the Kenyan government?
Disclosures, full disclosures of all the participants, so that we consider seriously the prospect of taking them to the ICC.
Does the fact that the Kenyan authorities have denied that they were not aware, were not involved in anything surrounding Nnamdi Kanu's arrest in Kenya or taking out of Kenya, I don't want to use the word abduction. I'm just trying to be careful here. The fact that they've denied that, how does it help their case? Or how does it help your case as well?
Well, anyway, in diplomatic circles, they call this deniability, or diplomatic deniability. Someone might also say that Kenya is suddenly having an attack of conscience. But it challenges credulity that a nation like Kenya will just be there and a bunch of rogues will come into Kenya and grab such a personality like Kanu under its nose without Kenya knowing about it. But if Kenya succeeds in exculpating itself from this, it becomes much more serious for Nigeria. Because what it then means is that Nigeria brazenly breached the territorial integrity of Kenya, went in there and committed this horrendous crime.
The case before the Nigerian court has been adjourned.
And they are the one now crying for terror integrity.
And there are speculations that
but they preach another country's own.
Really ready to proceed with this particular
But
case.
sorry, this video is some years ago, right?
In detention for as long
yeah,
as
it's an old one.
If that happens,
yeah, because he looks younger here, though.
Well,
Barrister Lloyd.
it's it offends the conscience of society.
Oku Biafra, Chineke Mera
It begins to look like he's trying to exact punishment before conviction. It happened before. When
That's
Kanu was
what
arrested
Nnamdi says
initially in
last
October
miracle.
2015,
Yeah.
he was in detention for 18 months, if you recall. So they exacted a lot of jail time out of him without taking the case to trial. It looks like it's about to play out again. But you see, there are things we can do, options, legal options we can pursue.
That's the legal option. We are taking them to international court. When we get there, we'll see what we can do. Elwin, are you there? Elhin, are you there? Are you back? Can you speak? Elhin, unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning from here. Chooks survivor and everyone that person that are listening and also that are in the Zoom, in the platform. So I always listen to you every day, but I'm just a silent listener. And I've been following you for a very long time.
Thank you.
Even when our leader was here, and when our PM was here. That time you were still with the IPOB. You used to dress yeah, when they kidnap our leader, you are just doing your broadcast, and I've been following you since then. So up till now. So every day I listen to you, and you are doing a great job, because right now I saw your position that your own is to preach the truth so that people will learn and make their decision by themselves.
Definitely.
That you are not here to be on the side of anybody, that your own is to speak the truth. So that's where you stand right now, which is okay. So why I come in, because normally I don't like to come to speak, but the reason why I come in, sorry, I'm not here to derail the topic, but I just come in because I want to ask a question, so that is the reason why I come in. So don't get offended. Maybe it will be as if I'm derailing your topic. So America is coming, the news is everywhere, but to me, I believe that America coming is not to give us Biafra. They are coming for their own issue and for their own benefit, because they will not come and do anything that will not benefit them. So that is that. And now our leader Nnamdi Kanu has been kidnapped for many years, and now they are fixed on the 20 as to give the final judgment, which he has defeated them in the court, because he has been able to prove them wrong, that there is no written law under the Nigerian law or constitution. And they should show him of which they are using to charge him, which they couldn't provide the written law in their law or in their constitution. Okay, that is that. So why I'm saying this is because me personally, I am not really happy with the struggle right now, because as far as I'm concerned, the struggle has gone down to the lowest level when compared to when our two leaders were here. The struggle has gone down.
We can't hear you again.
Please, let somebody talk again. Let somebody talk. Call coming to my phone.
Okay.
Let somebody else talk. I'll come back.
Okay. So we can't respond until when he finishes saying what he's saying. Then we'll know the angle we're going to respond to. But from the little things we've heard from him, we have to wait and hear his concern. Every one of us have one concern or the other. And in the terms of the struggle, we are at the peak now. We are at the highest peak, even though there might be certain things that we expect that we don't see. But the struggle is at the peak. We cannot downplay every effort that Nnamdi Kanu is making, that every one of us here is making. We must not downplay those efforts, and we should continue to keep it on. That is why the present situation, the coming of Donald Trump, the statement of Donald Trump is an advantage for us. It's left for us to use it, utilize that advantage, and you can see even Nnamdi Kanu in detention is utilizing that very opportunity. How much more those of us who are outside? So it's left for us, and I believe if Mazen Nnamdi has an access, he will equally use that opportunity. Now, in court, in his appeal, I believe he's going to do, because he spoke about it last time when we had a talk with him. He talked about it. So I believe he is going to also use that opportunity.
I'm back now. Okay, you are still talking. Okay.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
So sorry, as I was talking, a call came into my phone, and so that is what happened. So like as I was saying, I say to me, the struggle right now has gone very low. So because after the arrest of our PM, because of what happened, can see that right now we have three groups that break out, that divide themselves from the structure of our PM. And as far as I'm concerned, these three groups, to me, I'm not seeing the effect of what they are doing. I just see them that they are just making noise on social media. They are not doing nothing. All of them. That's for me. Now, many people are saying that if anything happened to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, this and this, they are going to do this, they are going to do that. I've heard many people saying so. So, my question is this now. I see in Nigeria, anything can happen. Nigeria does not obey the rule of law. We are not, but we know that by the grace of God, they are not going to jail Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. We pray that he will be released unconditionally. But in a situation like this, it's not just by prayer. It is about what you are doing to achieve what you want to achieve. Now, with this set of people now, groups that emerge after the arrest of PM that are not doing anything, they are just making noise on social media. And people are saying if anything happened to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, they are going to do this. If peradventure, which we don't pray it happen, because in life anything can happen, human being dies without even knowing. If peradventure the Nigerian government jail Mazen Nnamdi Kanu illegally, they illegally jail him because it's illegally. They have not been able to prove him wrong. So if they jail him, it will be illegally. So what do you think will be the fate with this, with the level we are now, that no voice that is affecting the land anymore? So can you answer me, please?
Okay, I've had your question and your submissions, and when it comes to the case of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu as it is now, from the one I've been saying it, and most of us believe that we cannot get justice from Nigeria. It is obvious we cannot get justice from Nigeria, in as much as we remain positive and do what we have to do. And coming to the aspect of the struggle today, where it is, the struggle today lies on every single one of us as an individual. It lies on every one of us as an individual. Every one of us have something we can do, no matter how little it is. Just as you are here now speaking, I am here almost every day, twice a day, speaking about the issue of Biafra. And the lawyers of Nnamdi can also there. The most important thing that we can do, I know we can do now, is to create international awareness. Drag Nigeria as much as we can, draw the attention of the international community, draw the attention of the ICC to take charge. That is where everything is lying. You can see even when Jumako was saying, he spoke something regarding to that. And even the lawyers, both Maxwell and all that, they are pushing to the international level to go to extra miles and pull. As for the decision of Nigeria, whatever decision they take on 20th cannot be final. Mazen Nnamdi can still have appeal. He has right to appeal, and he's going to appeal even twice or thrice before they can reach out to any conclusion or whatever. So there are still chances. But in terms of what happens to the struggle, whatever, the struggle will only die if you and I allow it to die. The responsibility is on all of us as an individual. Now, everybody has something to do. You have something you can do. I have what I will do. Choose something and be doing. We don't have to wait on anybody or hope on anybody to do whatever for us. Just like Mazen Nnamdi himself did and fought to this level that he is. And the issue, you made mention of the issue of Donald Trump and not doing his speech not being a guarantee for us to have Biafra. Of course, we are not saying that it's going to be a guarantee for us, but it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity. When you talk about Christian genocide, it has everything to do with Biafra. You cannot separate the two. And it is on our hand, you and I, to link it together. It's an opportunity for us to link it. That was why I hope you have read the letter of Mazen Nnamdi to Donald Trump. If Mazen Nnamdi could be inside and be writing such a letter, why Biafrans are scattered all over the world, we have Biafran people in the United States and other countries. Every one of us, wherever we have, meet our representative and begin to present these information and facts. These are what we are going to do. By the time we push that pressure and increase it, the issue of Biafra and the issue of Nigeria is at the peak. It is in a stage where nobody can hide. United States is not just like any other country that speaks. Whenever they speak, other people follow suit. And trust me, United States can carry out action without support of anybody. They can do what they want to do without the support of anybody. So that is why when you see them speak, use that opportunity to air your opinion and bring out your own issue on the front line. How do we do it? We can't wait for anybody. Every one of us get engaged. Wherever you are, any country where you are, meet your own councillor, meet your own representative, begin to push. The lawyers of Mazen Nnamdi are doing their own part. Other organizations in the United States, the United Kingdom, everybody be pushing on. I bet you at the end of the day, we will have a result. But as for Mazen Nnamdi case, it's not going to end in the hand of the Nigerian people. It's not going to end there. Whatever decision is going to be on 20th, I'm not focusing on that. I'm looking on the bigger issues, solutions, on the next angle that we should go and push forward our quest to the world. That's all I got to say, my beloved brother. My brother,
please, let me just say something, please. Please, can I go ahead?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Why I'm saying this is it's not that I'm trying to say that we are not doing anything individually. As you are doing your broadcast, you are working for Biafra. So many other people, they are also doing broadcasts and doing different things individually. But you know, individually, we can achieve very little. But as a group, as an organization, the world does not listen to individuals. The world listens to organization, groups. Okay, that is that. So when you are saying that things are happening, my brother, let us not deceive ourselves. Things are not happening. If things are happening, it will show. You cannot be fighting the Nigerian government, and the Nigerian government will not cry. They must cry, and you will hear them crying. We saw it when MNK was here. We saw him when PM was here. That shows that you are fighting them and they are feeling the fight. As it stands today now, they are not feeling anything. They are very much comfortable right now. Believe it or not, but it's the truth. So what I'm trying to say is this: it is not
in terms of comfortable. Comfortable, they are not feeling comfortable in the world now.
Wait, it is. I'm saying my opinion. Wait,
I know the area you are going, my brother.
Wait. Let me just round up. I was just 1 minute. So what I'm saying now is this: it is what is happening in that land that will determine everything we are doing. The land that, forget about international, this international, that. Look at Somaliland. The world now, they are against separation. They don't want separation. That is why they refuse to recognize even countries now that already got freedom. Look at Somaliland. Look at Sahara, Western Sahara in Morocco. There are many countries, they have gotten their freedom, but the world refused to, the United Nations refused to recognize them. And you know the reason why? They said if they recognize them, it will make many other people want to succeed. So that's the main reason why they refuse to recognize many countries that already got their freedom. They have their president, they have their parliament, they have all their government, everything. They are ruling themselves. But yet the world, the United Nations refused to recognize them because they say they don't want to, so that other ones will not do the same. Because they don't want they don't want succession. They want the people to be united as a country. So that is that. So my point is this now: it doesn't matter what we are doing internationally. If what we are doing in the homeland is not effective, forget international thing. It's not going to yield. So it is only the activities in that homeland that will determine every other thing we are doing. So what I'm trying to tell you is that we, as it stands today now, the people that claim to be leading the struggle, they are not doing anything that is affecting the homeland. And if nothing is happening in the homeland to prove that the struggle is still alive, and the Nigerian government will be feeling the heat, believe me, nothing is going to happen. And you cannot negotiate on the side of weakness. And everything we are doing outside the Nigerian land, outside the Biafra land, is not affecting the Nigerian government so much. Believe me. But it is when they begin to see that we are in charge of our land, apart from the sit at home now. That sit at home is voluntary. That one is the only thing we have now, which has been there already, and it's not the effort of all these people right now that make that to be on. That has been on since. So, but the struggle itself, when we say struggle, the what they call resistance against the state, that resistance is gone. As I'm talking to you now, this is not being felt anymore again. So,
brother.
So until that resistance come back, and we begin to see it physically, and the Nigerian government begins to see it physically, only then you can begin to have hope that the struggle is back. But for now, nothing. It's nothing. That is just my point. Thank you.
Can I come in my brother? Thank you for your submission. You see, on
can
that,
I come in, on
what he just said, the way things are going, we know that we have some issues, and I can agree with you to an extent that we don't have the strength we are supposed to have at home. We are not in charge of our homeland as we speak now. We are not having the strength we are supposed to have. That one is certain. And the cause is because of the division that is among us. That division is causing a very great setback. We are supposed to be stronger than we are today. That's one. There is nobody that is going to, anybody that denies it will be pretending. The disunity among us has created a very big setback. it has created a very, very, very big step back. And that was why Master Simon Ekpa, in the last message on the meeting that was held on the Zoom, said that we should come together. He spoke about coming together. That was the most important message he passed there. And he spoke about it in a very serious tone, that we should come together, forget any of our differences. Forget our differences. Because this division among us have created weakness, actually. We are not as strong as we're supposed to be at the hometown. I agree with you to an extent that we are supposed to be in charge of our home. We are supposed to be strong. At this particular point, especially, is an opportunity for us. But somehow, I still believe by the grace of God, we will not lose the opportunity. But as for the strength, we don't have that strength and that unity that we need to have to be able to pull the string down there. And the cause is because we are not speaking in one voice. There are so many different voices speaking from one angle or the other. But I pray by the special grace of Chukwu Kabiam that people will listen to the voice of reason and begin to come together and do things the way it should be, so that we can be able to forge ahead and use this opportunity. Don't allow it to slip away from us. Thank you, my brother, for that concern. It's a concern that you just spoke about. And why we are here is for people to bring out the concern. When you bring out concern, those who are involved, those who are in charge in one area or the other, in any group or whatever, should be listening and know that unity is very important. It will give us strength. Divided, we become weakened, and we cannot be able to pull the string that we're supposed to pull. My brother Christian, you want to say something? Go ahead. Bro Christian, are you there?
Good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, the question that this brother raised, you almost, you exactly like you said it, was also in my mind to an extent. Because this issue, you know, we've been on it before, right, in the past, and it has always been very contentious because different people have different view on it. Exactly. But the truth remains that, and the truth remains that is that, for example, we said it also that exactly. So you won't go about lying to people pretentiously that you want to have a governorship election of 3 states when you don't have control of that state. That absolutely does not make any sense. Because I followed this election that they had in Anambra on Saturday, and it's obvious for even the blind to see who runs the show, who is in charge of the land. And
my brother Christian,
I'm listening.
You see, you know how I deal with this kind of issues. You understand how I deal with it? I would like us to just forget about this issue and talk about things we have to talk about.
Well, exactly. Okay, so yeah, so I just
the divisive nature and understanding of people,
because it's contentious. That is what I said. Yeah.
Yes, you just mentioned that issue of contentious, and that is why most of the time I try to wave those topics up.
Exactly. So
it's not as if we are stupid. Sometimes people just like to vent out things or to make you begin to talk or begin to engage on things that are unnecessary.
Yeah. Okay.
These facts are out there.
Yeah.
So
okay.
So believe whatever they want to believe and do whatever they want to do.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, for me, obviously, that is why when I come on your program, I just talk generally on things that happens, not on whether USB or ADC or CRC, whatever. So, but what I know for sure is that we all collectively can continue, or individually can continue to do what we do. I'm on every platform, both international and local. I just, making my voice, we just have to keep talking, making people to be aware. Yesterday, I was on a platform of Christiana Amankpo, who's, you probably know how you've heard about her. With the husband, her ex-husband, Jamie Rubin, who was he was a spokesperson for 2 past administrations in the United States. So I made my point very clear. I wrote a piece there. I took my time to to write the piece. So these are the things we are doing, because you never know who reads it and who it falls into their stuff. So we just have to keep doing and praying, because you cannot discard any of this. It's a coming together of so many factors. Our effort, prayer, and the going to places, talking about it is a combination. And if you see
individual efforts, it will go a long way also to have.
yeah. And then while we do that, God is also, adding his own, complementing our effort, because the things happening, everything that is happening today is not, it's not out of the blue. It's a combination of so many factors, including, like I've said severally, that these people holding Nnamdi Kanu in custody, they don't know, they have no clue what that is the gravest, the worst thing they could have ever done, because you are holding in the Bible there is a guy that was held in prison. This is public and what I'm trying to say, unlawfully, and he prayed and prayed and prayed, and things happened, everything got broken out, and he was set free. I think an angel, whatever. Now, I'm not saying that is what is going to happen here. The angel will come from heaven to free Nnamdi Kanu, but there is going to continue to be a shake-up, and we are seeing it, because this brother who said that, he said some things that seem to me unenlightened, sort of maybe unaware of what is happening. But it's okay too. Different people will see different things are different from different angles. Nnamdi Kanu, what he's doing, maybe it's even more than you can ever imagine. He's slowly but surely is breaking down the zoo. He told them that he's going to destroy them. He has destroyed the zoo already. And if that brother, if he's not aware, there are people talking about the need to free the people in Nigeria, to give them the sense of, ownership of whom they are. A lot of people who matters, people that are at the corridor, they are at the corridor of power, talking about how Biafra, some are apologizing, and these are people who can talk to the real people where the power is. So he said something again. So obviously, I would just say that God is on the move, and Nigeria is finished. I have never been so sure of anything as to the fact that Nigeria is finished. I said it. Nigeria is finished. And that does not mean that tomorrow or next month or next year, people will not be talking about Nigeria, will not be going to Nigeria. No, but Nigeria is finished. It's like a falling tree. You just have to push it a little bit. And it's falling already. So the whole thing has been set up. They have to do, because at the end of the day, when what is going on now, as it continues, something that is going to happen is either, okay, you do the right thing, or else everybody go their separate ways. And there are people in the position of power they are of the opinion that there is absolutely no point, that you just break it up so that people can have peace once in their life since the creation of Nigeria. So I'm not disturbed at all. In fact, I'm so happy and optimistic, more than you can ever imagine that.
Very, very optimistic.
Yeah. Very optimistic. So that is the thing, my brother. Thank you.
Thank you so much. In as much as we have the loopholes, we have weaknesses, differences, and all the hindrances, we are very optimistic. There is a green light out there that something is going to work out. Coach Hooks, unmute yourself, speak. I think you wanted to say something.
Yes, thank you, Mazi Choose, for the question that our brother asked. Yes. First of all, let me just put in from... There is a message that Mazi Nnamdi can always say. That he said that what I think is the who even asked him that question. I think it's Dere Mahmoud or somebody like that. He said, what is he doing that make people, most especially the Biafrans, have hope in him? That make Biafra, and this multitude is following him, and he just the question that the answer that he gave to him, he said that he should always tell Biafrans the words that they will need to hear. You should stand in the truth always. No matter after the declaration of United States of Biafra on 29th of November 2024, every one of us know what actually happened. If you are above 18 good years, you know exactly thing that happened that very day after that convention, how the whole thing happened. If you are more than 18 years, you are going to know the people that are doing the right thing. Follow them. The house is breaking into three. Everybody know right, quite all right. The house is breaking into three. And everything that's going to unite us now is that truth. Once you are standing on the truth, even though there is 100 people around you that is fighting against what you are doing, no matter what, the truth must prevail. Which is that thing that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is doing today. That is not the same truth that make Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to stand in DSS dungeon. That is what thing that make Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to stand in that their court to tell Justice Omotosho that he cannot jail him. If British has him to jail, if British ask James Omotosho to jail Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, he cannot do it because of what? That truth. The three groups that been divided. Once you call yourself a Biafran and you know what you are looking for, nobody is going to tell you this is the people, this is the group, or this is the government that is doing it right. That's the only thing that I want to say. Everybody that come out on social media today speaking about Biafrans, you're supposed to know what you are looking for and know what you are fighting for. And that thing that you are fighting for, that is where your mind, your energy, and your spirit and mind, that is where you're supposed to challenge all your efforts. Nobody will come and tell you that his government or United States or Biafra is doing it right. His fallback is doing it right. Or these people is doing it right. Nobody is going to tell you that. Since every one of us, we are not a kid again. Thank you, Mavichus.
Thank you so much, my brother Kochuk. The most important thing for all of us, just like Kochuk said, in anything you are doing, be truthful. Define Biafra for yourself and pursue it in truth. As long as you are pursuing Biafra in truth and in spirit, I bet you, at the end of the day, we are going to meet somewhere. Every one of us, we are interested in this issue of Biafra. We are honestly and going towards it. By the special grace of Chukwu Kabiama, we will definitely meet somewhere. Every single one of us. Let us not give up on the issue of Biafra. It doesn't matter. There are challenges will come, obstacles will come, failures will come. Don't ever give up. Don't say because of this or because of that, you not do what you are doing. Don't continue to do that one you know that you can be able to do to create positivity in the cause of Biafra. Continue to do it, no matter how hard it is. I bet you sometimes when I come out in the morning, I think about the broadcasts and things that are happening. Sometimes I feel like staying away, but I cannot. I cannot. Not now, not at this time, when everything that is happening is positive. When everything that's happening is something that we can be able to tap into. No matter what happens, let every one of us keep that positive mind. Be truthful at all times. Define Biafra for yourself. Define it. Try to get a meaning for Biafra for yourself. Every one of us. Every one of us. That is why when I speak my own, I say my things the way I understand it. And I don't go ahead to push anybody or drive you to do this or do that. I don't do that. My program here is to present Biafra as a remedy to the failed state Nigeria. Every single idiotic thing they do in Nigeria, I will expose it, say it about it, speak about it, and project Biafra in the face of the whole world as the solution. As we are getting our solution, other indigenous people are also getting free. Anybody that supports humanity and sees what we are saying will support us. Just like my brother Christian said, today, a lot of voices are coming into this issue. So many voices that you can't even believe that will speak about the issue. They are speaking about the issue of Nigeria. It is no longer the time to be silent. So it's an opportunity for everybody, every group, every region to air their opinion, bring out facts and figures. If you can walk with your leg and enter offices, go ahead and do that. If it is on through the media, do it. If it's evangelism online, do any way you can do it. Let's continue to do it. I believe, just like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said, that Biafra is going to come in such a way that no human being will take the glory, not even himself. That's the word of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That Biafra will come in such a way that nobody will take the glory and say, oh, if not for me, if not for me. And that is what is happening today. It is drawing near. We have to hold on to what we are doing, Do whatever you can. Don't give up. Don't say because of this or because of that, you're not going to be doing what you're doing. Continue in your own path, in your own little way. Look at Nnamdi Kanu. Even from detention, he is still writing letter to Trump. From detention. Even from the same detention, he is still pulling out evidence and everything against Nigeria. So why would you that have a little freedom not to do your own part? I pray that we'll have that strength and continue to do what we do without getting distracted. My brother Max, go ahead and speak. Make it brief so that we can be able to take our closing remarks. We have spent 4 good hours and more than 4 hours now. So let's begin to take our
okay, let me just let me say it and put in my last this in the see.
Okay.
From my own point of view, as a former military man, we are fighting a formidable side, and that is Nigeria, supported by Britain. We have nobody that is supporting us apart from these platforms that God has enabled for us to preach, and the world are listening. Do you know how many times it took Nnamdi Kanu to preach? Nnamdi Kanu took papers and documents to ICC, wherever, and they rejected him. But as long time goes on, people begin to, the truth begin to resonate in their ears. And today you see what is going on. As you have come out here, Evan, to speak, the world has heard you. You do not have an idea where this thing that you said here today have gone to, and ears that have listened to it. If don't concentrate so much on the division. We have the biggest elephant that is our target in front of us, not the division. Every one of them, irrespective of how we've divided ourselves, what is our target? What is our primary target? Our primary target is Biafra. If you look at me, since the time I heard the voice of Mazi Simon Ekpa, I am not even ready to attack anybody again. I am not ready to cast aspersion on anybody. As long as you believe that what you are doing is right, do it, but do not allow it to affect those ordinary people that you have called to defend, to speak on their behalf where they cannot speak. If we cannot get Biafra, I told you, and as long as Biafra is a promise that God himself is going to fulfill, the stones will rise up and bring Biafra. That is what you should understand, my brother. I'm speaking in riddles. If Biafra, because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, if you look at the foundation and the system that brought Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, first and foremost, seek the face of God before he ventured into this, horrible tax. And he knew what he was going into. And God asked him to go. God led before him. And that is the reason why. Look at what is happening today. No matter how they twist it, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has a way of winning them in their court. With what? With that single truth. And his God that called him will continue to not to ratify. And some of them, they are now paying for it. Most of the mistake that they are doing, they are not paying for it. And they will continue to pay for it until we exit that zoological republic of Nigeria. So, Mr. Evan, do what you're supposed to do within your own capacity. will do what I have to do in my own capacity. The United States of Biafra will do whatever they have to do in their own capacity. Mazi Chuks and the rest of us will also do what each and every one of us will do in our own capacity in order to advance the sovereignty, the full recognition of the sovereignty of the United States of Biafra.
Simple.
That is the only thing I will say. And for my people, I say, may God continue to bless each and every one of you. May God open doors. May God open your wallet in such a manner that it will be enough for you and to contribute and to donate for the cause of, the liberation of your ancestral land. I thank you all, and may Chukwu Abiyama continue to guide you. May Chukwu Abiyama continue to guide us, not you alone, because I will not exempt myself. May Chukwu Abiyama continue to guide all of us. Protect our families at home, because I have my families at home. You have your own at home. May God, anytime we pray, we must pray and put these people in prayers, because they are the only people that knows how difficult it is to walk in the midst of the occupants of our land. We will always put them in prayer, remember them in prayers. They don't have nothing much to do, but the power of God and the shield of Chukwu Abiyama will be upon them and save them and protect them all the time. Thank you so much, and may God bless each and every one of you. Ayede.
Thank you so much, brother. Thank you. I appreciate you, bro Max, for that statement. My brother Edwin, are you there? If you're still there, give us your closing word. We are rounding up. We're trying to round up.
Okay. Thank you, Mazi Survivor. Thank you. I'm here. So, what I want to say is this: what we are fighting for is Biafra, and the declaration that was made on Finland is Biafra, and there is no groups that is against that declaration. It doesn't matter the name you call it. But the three groups, like the CRC, they are not against it. The Ogekere group, they are not against it. So everybody is accept the declaration, but it is just depend on the way you want to reason it. So nobody is against that declaration. They all accept it. But the issue is this: for you to know who is doing the right thing, it is not by what they are saying. It is what the results of what they are doing. That's the only way you can know who is doing the right thing, or the right person, the right group, or the result. So if you talk on social media and there is no results, physical results of what you are doing, it shows that you are not the right group. You are just there to make noise. So if somebody come,
Edwin, hold on. You see what we are saying? I think you were listening to us all this while. You see, we've come to the conclusion that every one of us have made a mistake in one way or the other. Things are not working the way it should be, but every one of us have to take responsibility and do things to bring change. I want you to go on that direction. That you now, this topic, people are going to learn from it. The point you pointed out, there are people who are watching, people who are concerned will see it. They will make some changes.
Mazi Chuk Survivor, listen to my point. My point is this. Mazi Chuk, my point is this. For you to know the right group to follow, because there is one brother that speak. He say if you have your sense, if you are above 18 years, you will know the right groups to follow. So me here, I'm telling the people that are listening to our voice in this platform that the only way to know the right group to follow is that group that is giving you results of what they are doing, not what they are saying. So somebody can say if he's not giving you results and you are not seeing effects on what he is doing, so you cannot call him the right group. And some of these people that they are calling themselves the right group, okay, I'm not going to call, but if now you create for example, you put something in place and you have an enemy, that is against you before you are taken out, and then after you are taken out, the somebody that you put in place or that is working with you start working with that enemy, are you going to call that person the right group? So I'm just saying, most of you that think you are in the right group, you are in the wrong group, because the person you are claiming with, you are calling the right group, is working with the enemy of what the person put in place. So let that one also enter your head, that do not think that You have the right to choose wherever group you want to belong. But my concern is this: is the result that determines. It is not the name. You can call yourself any kind of name, but if what you are doing there is no result, especially in the homeland, I will support you if I see that you are doing something and the result is there in that homeland. My most concern is if the homeland, for example, now many people do not know what is happening. Most of the homeland is being taken over back. Most of those things you are seeing that if you are on social media, you'll be seeing that most of the land of the places they are being taken over back. Things are going. People do not know. Like this social media, but let us be. Sometimes we need to say it. The thing is, things are going down. If something is not done, forget all this noise we are making here. In all these things we are doing is good. Diplomatic work is good and all that, but we need to look at that land. That is the end point. Without that, nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you. You have made your point. You have made your point, and the point is very clear. Your concern is on homeland. We should take more actions on homeland. That is that's your concern, and it is understandable. Anybody that has such a concern that you need to see more things happening in homeland, just like you said and my other brother said about somebody being able to know if you are matured enough, if you are grown enough to be able to know what to do and how to do it. And you yourself talked about result. Result, it depends on who is looking for that result. You see, that is why this topic is very, very broad, and I don't like dealing with it. I would like us, each time we talk about it with a plain mind, with a free mind, knowing what we are pursuing. My own goal in this platform is to make sure that we unite ourselves. The only thing I know that if we are united, we will be stronger than we are today. If we are united, the achievements that have been made today will be greater than what you can ever imagine. If what happened after the declaration of Biafra did not happen, we would have been very, very far away. In fact, we would have been celebrated at this time that Donald Trump is acting, United States is acting. We have been celebrated, but it has happened. So the solution now remains: every one of us get busy wherever you continue to do that one. That place you see that the loopholes. If you can do. If you cannot do, continue to create awareness by yourself. When you see something, you talk about it. Don't talk about it with anger. Don't talk about it with grief. Don't talk about it with hatred. Just talk about it freely so that people who are involved can be able to digest it. Sometimes when you speak about issues and people perceive it as if you are antagonizing or as if you are speaking in anger, they will no longer take correction. But most important thing for us, uniting and fighting as one, in unity, will be much, much, much more stronger than we are. There is no doubt about it. Thank you so much, my brother. I appreciate your contribution, and your concern is noted. Everyone has their own issues, their own understandings, their own scale of measurement, and that is the difference. That is the differences we have. We will continue to work. The most important thing: everybody get to work, be busy, and at the end of the day, we will achieve what we want to achieve. So let's take Coach Chuks. Give us your last word as we close up the day. After Coach Chuks, then Bro Christian will round us up and we'll end the program. Coach Chuks, are you still there?
Yes, Mazi Cheese, I'm here. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Give us your closing remark. Just a few, if possible, seconds. We'll spend almost getting to 5 hours now. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much for giving me the mic again. Yes, my dear people of Biafrans all over the world. If you look at it now, the ball is now on our court. As I was saying before, US now, the matter of Nigeria is right now on their table. For them to come out, to open their mouths, most especially the President of America, said there is Christian genocide in Nigeria. And so many people are out there saying there is nothing like Christian genocide. This is the right time for every one of us to use that opportunity. Because we are here today broadcasting, making suggestions. for Biafrans. And at the same time, we are not going to be like Nigeria media that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu call them out because of the evil news they know how to give out. And that truth that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu always say, you should make sure that always we stand on that truth. Even though in the next 10 to 20 years to come, if they didn't notice that truth, that moment, there is a time we're going to reach. They're going to say, this is so thing that this our brother say. This is what is playing out now. That's the reason why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is still standing on that their court. They have seen that they don't have any evidence against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Because for them to review that their constitution, they don't know. They are reviewing on that their constitution is going to hit them on the foot. Because they know that a day like this is going to come. They are not going to review that constitution. That is what every one of us is supposed to put in mind now. And we should remember again that Biafra has been declared on 29th of November 2024. And I'm going to say again, once you're out of age, you're supposed to know the group that is doing it right, the government that is doing it right. And at the same time, you cannot tell me that out of the three groups, there's no anybody among them that is standing on the truth. And this is time for every one of us to put more effort so that if our leaders come out, you're going to be proud of every one of us. And I'm going to use this to close my today program. I pray that Chukwu Kikabiama will continue to give Mazi Nnamdi Kanu the wisdom and the grace and the opportunity to always stand on the truth. Because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we need our prayer, especially now. That 20 years that they have put to conclude on that case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is going to be a great day for every one of us. For the judge to mention anything that very day, we should not be disappointed. Because of Chukwu Kikabiama have addressed how everything is going to be. And I also pray that Chukwu Kikabiama is going to be all our leaders, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Mazi Simon Ekpa, and every genuine people that is standing on the truth. Thank you, Mazi Chief.
Thank you so much, my brother Coach Hooks. I appreciate you for your contribution. Christian is gone. I think Christian maybe duty calls, Christian, he's joining from his working place most time. Once he get engagement, he got to go. So I appreciate everyone that have been with us on this program. We have been able to run it almost more than 4 hours here. I thank you all for participating. Those who are in the comment section writing, if you are watching from Biafra land, Asia, Europe, America, everyone that has contributed in one word, that I may come and protect everybody. Thank you all for participating in the sit at home of today. Those in Biafra land that are in the front line, engaging in sit at home, may Chukwu Kikabiama guide and protect every one of you. And I pray for our leaders, more especially Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Mazi Simon Ekpa. May Chukwu Kikabiama guide and protect them, secure them, continue to give them more wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, continue to secure them, give them good health, that they will continue to fight this battle until we get to our destination. May Chukwu Kikabiama guide and protect all of us. Hopefully, we are going to see again towards the evening around 5:30 p.m. Biafran time by the special grace of Chukwu Kikabiama. Thank you so much for being part of this program. See you again later in the day. Stay blessed. Bye-bye, everybody.
Say